silent if the system tried to take everything from you. Olivia Carter sat stiffly in the defendant's chair, her hands folded tightly in her lap. The courtroom was cold, the air heavy with murmurs from the spectators. She had spent years working tirelessly as a nurse, preparing to bring her first child into a stable, loving home. Yet today, she wasn't here as a caregiver. She was here as an accused woman. A caseworker from Child Protective Services stood at the witness stand, a clipboard clutched in her hands. "Miss Carter has demonstrated a pattern of instability," she declared, her voice crisp and certain. "She has failed to attend her prenatal appointments consistently, and we have reason to believe she has been neglecting her own health. This raises serious concerns about her ability to care for a newborn." Olivia's stomach twisted. The accusation was not only false, it was insulting. Her lawyer, Mr. Benson, stood up. "Miss Carter, can you tell the court why you missed those appointments?" Olivia cleared her throat, keeping her voice steady. "I didn't miss them. My job requires long shifts, and twice the clinic rescheduled at the last minute. When I called to explain, no one seemed to care." Benson nodded. "And have you done anything to ensure you're receiving proper prenatal care?" "Absolutely," Olivia said firmly. "I switched to a different clinic with more flexible hours. I've been following all medical advice and preparing for my baby's arrival." The prosecutor scoffed. "Then why was a case opened against you?" Olivia felt her pulse spike. She knew the answer. She had seen it happen before, to other black mothers, to women who didn't fit the perfect mold of what society deemed fit to be a parent. Because in this system, being a black woman meant being judged before being heard. She took a slow breath and met the judge's gaze. "Because someone decided I wasn't good enough before they even knew me." A murmur rippled through the courtroom. The judge tapped his gavel. "Order." But Olivia wasn't done. She straightened her shoulders. "I've done everything right. I've worked hard, I've prepared for this child, and I refuse to let a broken system take that away from me." Her words hung in the air, undeniable, the weight of truth settling into the room. Because one truth could change everything. Olivia Carter sat in the courtroom, her hands gripping the edge of the table. She had fought her whole life to be seen as more than a statistic, more than just another black woman society judged too quickly. But today, she wasn't a nurse, a mother-to-be, or a woman who had worked tirelessly to build her life. She was a defendant, fighting for her right to keep her child. She hadn't done anything wrong, but that didn't matter here. A caseworker sat in the witness stand, adjusting her blazer as she read from a file. "Miss Carter has demonstrated clear instability," she stated. "She took an extended leave of absence from work and has been struggling financially. Given her situation, we believe she is unfit to care for a child." Olivia clenched her fists under the table. That was a lie. Her lawyer, Mr. Benson, stood. "Miss Carter, would you like to explain why you took time off?" Olivia sat up straighter, her voice steady. "I took medical leave due to complications with my pregnancy. I provided all necessary paperwork to my employer, and I have a savings account to cover my expenses." Benson nodded. "So you are not unemployed?" "No," Olivia said firmly. "I have a stable job as a nurse. I was approved for paid leave." The prosecutor cleared his throat. "Yet a report was filed by a concerned citizen stating that you had abandoned your responsibilities." Olivia's stomach twisted. She knew exactly who had filed that report. Her co-worker, a woman who had seen Olivia struggle through morning sickness, seen her sit down to catch her breath between shifts, and instead of offering help had called child services behind her back. The caseworker continued. This report was escalated by one of our senior staff members due to the severity of the concerns. Olivia's blood ran cold. She had overheard conversations before, knew how things worked. The senior caseworker handling her case was friends with the woman who had reported her. This wasn't about concern. This was about power. Olivia took a deep breath, refusing to let fear take hold. I have a home. I have a support system. I have done everything right. But none of that mattered because you decided I was guilty before I could defend myself. The judge glanced at the prosecutor. On what grounds was this case escalated? The prosecutor shifted uncomfortably. We acted in the best interest of the child. Mr. Benson leaned forward. And yet, you failed to consider the facts. He turned to Olivia. Do you have any evidence to contradict these claims? Olivia nodded. She reached into her bag and pulled out a folder, her fingers tightening around it. Inside was everything. Her medical records, proof of her paid leave, and most importantly, emails exposing the connections between the caseworker and the woman who had reported her. She placed the folder on the table. The courtroom fell silent. Because what they didn't know? Olivia had proof that would expose them all. The courtroom was packed. Reporters scribbled in their notebooks. Cameras flashed and activists sat in the back, their eyes fixed on Olivia. Whispers rippled through the room, but Olivia remained still, her heart steady. She had spent weeks preparing for this moment. She would not let them intimidate her. The judge, a middle-aged man with a smirk that never quite left his face, leaned back in his chair. He tapped his gavel once, silencing the murmurs. Miss Carter, do you even have a plan for this child? He asked, his tone dripping with condescension. Olivia's hands tightened on the table. Her lawyer, Mr. Benson, shot her a look, but she didn't need reassurance. She met the judge's gaze, her voice unwavering. Yes, Your Honor, I do. But first, let's address the lies. Gasps rippled through the room. Even the prosecutor shifted in his seat. The judge chuckled, clearly amused. Are you suggesting this court is lying? Olivia stood up, her pulse steady. I'm saying you're lying to everyone. The courtroom fell into absolute silence. The prosecutor adjusted his tie, clearing his throat. Miss Carter, I'd advise you to choose your words carefully. I have, Olivia shot back, because for weeks this case has been built on assumptions, not facts. But that ends today. She reached for the folder in front of her, the same folder she had brought to every meeting where no one had listened. Now they had no choice. She flipped it open and held up a document. This is proof that I am on medical leave, not unemployed, as this court has claimed. She placed another paper on the table. This is a record of every prenatal appointment I attended. The claim that I neglected my health? A lie. Then she turned to face the caseworker, who sat stiffly, her face pale. Olivia pulled out one last paper. And this is an email exchange between my accuser and a senior caseworker. It proves that my case was escalated based on personal bias, not concern for my child. The judge's smirk disappeared. The prosecutor opened his mouth, then closed it. Reporters leaned forward, pens flying across their notepads. Mr. Benson picked up the documents and handed them to the judge. Your Honor, this evidence directly contradicts every claim made against my client. I move for immediate dismissal of this case. The judge hesitated, glancing between Olivia and the stack of papers in his hand. The weight of the truth had finally settled in. The courtroom held its breath. Olivia had just flipped the case upside down. The courtroom sat in stunned silence. Olivia stood tall, her hands steady as she faced the judge. This was the moment she had been waiting for, the moment where the truth could no longer be ignored. "Your Honor," Olivia's lawyer, Mr. Benson, said, stepping forward, "we have new evidence." The prosecutor crossed his arms, smirking. "More documents? Money isn't everything, Miss Carter. A bank statement doesn't prove fitness as a mother." Olivia didn't waver. "Then let's talk about this," she said, holding up a small recording device. The judge nodded for her to continue. Benson pressed play. A crackle of static, then voices clear and unmistakable. "We need to make sure she doesn't come back," a woman's voice hissed. "If we report her, they'll take the baby. It'll be over for her." Gasps filled the room. Olivia glanced at the caseworker sitting stiffly at the prosecution's table. Her face had gone pale. The judge leaned forward, his smirk gone. "Who authorized this report?" No answer. The recording continued. "We do this right, and we won't have to deal with her again." The courtroom erupted. Reporters scribbled furiously, cameras flashed, and activists in the back shook their heads in disgust. The prosecutor, once confident, now looked panicked. "Your Honor," Benson said firmly, "this is irrefutable proof that this case was built on corruption and personal vendettas, not facts. We move for immediate dismissal." The judge sat back, folding his hands. His face was unreadable, but the damage was done. The truth was out, and the case against Olivia Carter had just collapsed. The courtroom was no longer on the prosecutor's side. The weight of Olivia's evidence had shifted everything, leaving the opposition scrambling. The prosecutor cleared his throat, his confidence faltering. "This doesn't change the fact that—" "That what?" Olivia interrupted, her voice steady and unshaken. "That you tried to take my child based on a lie, that you built a case without facts, that you let corruption dictate who gets to be a mother." A ripple of murmurs spread through the courtroom. The reporters scribbled furiously, their pens flying across their notepads. This case was no longer just about Olivia. It had exposed a broken system. The judge turned his sharp gaze toward the social worker sitting beside the prosecutor. "This is a serious breach of ethics. If this recording is authentic, we're looking at a conspiracy against an innocent mother." The social worker's face turned ghostly pale. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but no words came out. The tension in the room thickened. The prosecutor shifted uncomfortably, his previous smirk wiped away. "Your Honor, Enough." The judge's voice was final. "I have heard enough." Mr. Benson, Olivia's lawyer, stood with calm authority. "Your Honor, given the overwhelming evidence, we formally request that this case be dismissed immediately." The judge sighed, rubbing his temple as he leaned back in his chair. Then he nodded. "Request granted. This case is dismissed, and I strongly suggest an immediate investigation into Child Protective Services." Gasps filled the courtroom. Reporters leaped from their seats, whispering into their microphones, calling their newsrooms. Olivia's case was no longer just her battle. It had become national news. For a moment, Olivia just sat there, absorbing the words. Then finally, she exhaled, the weight of months of fear and uncertainty lifting from her shoulders. She had won. Her child was safe, and for the first time in months, she felt like she could breathe again. The judge's gavel slammed down, echoing through the courtroom. Case dismissed. Olivia's legs almost buckled beneath her. The words she had been fighting to hear for months had finally been spoken. Relief crashed over her like a wave, but she forced herself to stay upright, her hands gripping the table for support. The room erupted into chaos. Reporters surged forward, cameras flashing as microphones were shoved toward her. "Miss Carter, how do you feel?" a journalist called out. his voice barely audible over the murmurs of the crowd. Olivia straightened her spine, lifting her chin. She looked directly into the cameras, refusing to let exhaustion overshadow her victory. Like I just proved that being black and pregnant is not a crime. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd before it turned into thunderous applause. Activists in the back cheered. People who had doubted her now watched with quiet realization. But the consequences of the trial didn't stop there. By the end of the day, the social worker who had escalated Olivia's case without cause was fired. The prosecutor who had pushed for her conviction was placed under review for misconduct. Child Protective Services, once thought untouchable, was suddenly under scrutiny. And the biggest moment of all? The governor of Georgia, after mounting public pressure, ordered a full investigation into racial bias in child welfare cases. The news spread like wildfire. Headlines screamed, "Mother wins case against corrupt system," "Racial bias in CPS exposed," and Olivia Carter's fight for justice sparks change. Olivia walked out of the courthouse into the blinding sun, feeling the weight of the moment settle on her shoulders. She had done it, not just for herself, but for every mother who had been judged before they were heard. Her lawyer, Mr. Benson, turned to her with a rare smile. "You didn't just win a case, Olivia. You made history," she nodded, tears stinging her eyes. "And it's only the beginning." The battle had been long. The fight had nearly broken her. But for the first time in a long time, she felt free. And what happened next? That stunned everyone. Days after her victory in court, Olivia Carter stood behind a podium, staring out at a sea of cameras and flashing lights. The press conference had drawn a crowd larger than she expected. Activists, mothers, and supporters had gathered to hear her speak. She took a deep breath. I won my case, but how many black mothers don't get justice? How many of them lose their children because the system sees them as guilty before they even get a chance to defend themselves? The crowd murmured in agreement. The weight of her words settled in the air. Her story had gone viral, shared across news networks and social media. People demanded accountability. The pressure was too great to ignore. Within days, lawmakers proposed new policies aimed at protecting families from false accusations and racial discrimination in child welfare cases. The state announced plans to reevaluate past cases for potential bias. For the first time, change felt possible. But Olivia wasn't done. "What's next for you?" a reporter asked, stepping forward with a microphone. She placed her hand on her belly and smiled. "I'm going to be the best mother I can be, and I'm going to fight for every mother who comes after me." A wave of applause erupted. Olivia's lawyer, Mr. Benson, clapped her on the back. "You just changed the system, Olivia." She exhaled, letting the moment sink in. The months of stress, fear, and exhaustion had led to this, a fight that was bigger than herself. As she stepped away from the podium, the cameras still flashing, she knew her battle was far from over. But for the first time, she wasn't fighting alone. She had won her battle that day, but in the end, she had started a movement. Birmingham, Alabama. Would you help someone who treated you like less than human? A hero can emerge from the most unexpected circumstances. Would you help someone who treated you like less than human? 7-year-old Jamal Parker had always been taught to do the right thing, but life had never been kind to him. He lived in a rundown house with broken windows, leaking pipes, and barely enough food to eat. His mother worked 2 jobs just to keep the lights on, while Jamal often wore the same tattered clothes to school. He had learned early on that the world wasn't fair. At school, he kept his head down, avoiding trouble. He wasn't a troublemaker, but teachers watched him like he was. Store clerks followed him when he walked in, assuming he was a thief. He knew what people thought of him, but he tried not to let it define him. On the other side of town, Officer Sarah Carter had everything: power, authority, and a deep-seated bias against kids like Jamal. "Stay out of trouble, boy," she would say, always assuming the worst of him. She had stopped him countless times for no reason, questioning him about things he had never done. To her, he was just another kid from the wrong side of town, a future criminal in the making. No matter how polite he was, no matter how many times he told her he wasn't doing anything wrong, she never saw him as anything but a problem waiting to happen. But one afternoon, the roles reversed in a way neither of them could have expected. Jamal was walking home from school, his backpack nearly empty, because his family couldn't afford supplies. He passed through a quiet street when he saw something unusual. Officer Carter, standing in the middle of the road, her hands clutching her throat. Her face was red, her breaths coming in sharp gasps. She staggered, her knees buckling. She couldn't breathe. Jamal froze. He could have walked away. He could have ignored the woman who had never given him kindness. But instead he ran toward her. "Ma'am, are you okay?" he asked, fear creeping into his voice. She didn't respond, her wide eyes filled with panic. Jamal remembered the posters in his school about choking emergencies. Without hesitating, he stepped behind her, wrapped his small arms around her waist, and thrust his fists upward in quick motions, just like he had seen in the pictures. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Then, a small piece of food shot from her throat, and she collapsed to her knees, coughing and gasping for air. Jamal stepped back, watching as she slowly regained her breath. A few bystanders had gathered, murmuring in disbelief. Officer Carter looked up at him, her expression unreadable. Jamal's heart pounded. He had done the right thing, but would she see him differently now? She wiped her mouth, her hands still trembling. She had spent years seeing kids like Jamal as nothing but trouble. And yet, the boy she had judged so harshly was the one who had saved her life. Because in that moment, everything changed. If you were in Jamal's position, would you have helped Officer Carter? Jamal froze, remembering all the times Carter had harassed his neighbors. She had stopped them for no reason, accused them of crimes they hadn't committed, and treated them like they were nothing. And now, here she was, vulnerable, helpless, and gasping for air. It would have been easy to walk away, to let her struggle the way she had made so many others struggle. But Jamal's mother had always told him that doing the right thing mattered, no matter who it was for. His conscience screamed at him to help, even if his heart told him otherwise. "Call an ambulance," Carter gasped, but there was no one else around. The street was eerily empty, and the people who might have stopped kept their distance. Jamal noticed her skin turning blue, her eyes wide with fear. She was running out of time. He could hear the shallow, wheezing sounds of her breath, struggling to push through the obstruction in her throat. He didn't have time to think. If he didn't do something now, she could die right in front of him. His mother had taught him basic first aid, just in case. He remembered the lessons she gave him in their tiny kitchen, practicing with a pillow, pretending it was a real person. The memory of her voice echoed in his mind as he took a deep breath and stepped forward. "Hold still," he said, placing his small hands on Carter's chest. His fingers trembled, but he forced himself to stay calm. He had to do this. He had to save her, no matter who she was. Using all his strength, he performed the Heimlich maneuver. 1, 2, 3. Nothing. Carter's body convulsed, her hands clawing at her throat. He gritted his teeth and tried again. 4, 5. Suddenly, Carter gasped, coughing violently as the blockage in her throat cleared. She collapsed to her knees, sucking in deep breaths of air as if she had just surfaced from drowning. Jamal stepped back, watching her carefully. The cop, who had always seen him as a troublemaker, now owed him her life. He had never seen her like this, defenseless, human. The woman who once made him feel like a criminal just for walking down the street was now looking up at him with something he couldn't quite place. Was it gratitude? Shock? Shame? Maybe all three. A few bystanders started clapping, whispering amongst themselves about what they had just witnessed. Some had taken out their phones, recording the moment. Jamal didn't care about any of that. His heart was still racing, his hands shaking from the adrenaline. He wiped them on his jeans and took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. "You good?" he asked, his voice hoarse. Carter nodded slowly, her expression unreadable. Yes." She looked like she wanted to say more, but no words came out. The sirens of an approaching ambulance broke the silence, their wailing sound growing louder as paramedics rushed over, helping Carter to her feet. "What happened?" one of them asked. "He saved me," Carter admitted, glancing at Jamal with something that almost looked like respect. He could hardly believe she had said it out loud, that she had acknowledged what had just happened. But he didn't wait for thanks. He turned, ready to leave. This wasn't about recognition or approval. He had done what he knew was right, and that was enough for him. But before he could go, Carter called out, "Wait!" Jamal hesitated. He had expected her to let him walk away, to pretend this had never happened. Instead, she met his gaze, and for the first time, she didn't look at him like a suspect. "Thank you." The words were simple, but they carried more weight than she probably realized. Jamal gave her a small nod before walking away, blending into the city streets once again. He didn't need her gratitude, but a part of him wondered if this moment had changed something. If maybe, just maybe, she would see the world, and the people in it, a little differently from now on. Carter caught her breath, looking at Jamal as if seeing him for the first time. The weight of the moment pressed down on her, heavier than her uniform, heavier than the badge she had always worn with a sense of righteousness. She had spent years patrolling these streets, believing she knew who belonged and who didn't. Jamal was one of those kids she had always assumed was trouble. But now, that same boy had just saved her life. She rubbed her throat, still feeling the ghost of the obstruction that had nearly killed her. Why did you help me?" she stammered, her voice rough from coughing. Jamal wiped his hands on his jeans and shrugged, because it was the right thing to do. His words were so simple, so matter-of-fact, yet they struck Carter like a slap. The right thing to do. Had she always done the right thing? Had she ever looked at kids like Jamal beyond her assumptions, beyond the statistics she had been taught to believe? She had thought she was protecting her community. But was she? Or had she just been protecting the version of it she wanted to see? The paramedics checked her over, their voices distant in the back of her mind. She barely registered their words. Instead, her focus remained on the boy standing in front of her. She had dismissed him so many times, ignored his existence, unless it was to reprimand him. Yet, when she had been on the brink of death, he had been the only one willing to help. She reached for her radio instinctively, a habit ingrained in her, but then hesitated. What was she going to say? That a kid she had unfairly judged had just saved her life? That she had been wrong about him, about so many others like him? The weight of her own actions hit her like a blow. She had spent years assuming the worst in people like Jamal. Now, she had to face the truth. She finally looked him in the eyes, really looked at him. "I misjudged you," she admitted, her voice quieter than before. Jamal tilted his head slightly, skeptical. "Yeah?" Carter nodded. "Yeah." The two stood there, the sounds of the city swirling around them. But in that moment, it was just them. Carter had spent her career defining people with quick judgments, but those judgments had never been challenged, until now. Jamal gave a small nod, his expression unreadable. "People like me. We just want to be seen for who we are, not what you assume." Carter had no response. For the first time in her life, she had nothing to say. No defense, no argument. Just the realization that she had been blind to a truth that had been in front of her all along. As Jamal turned to leave, Carter felt an unfamiliar urge to stop him, to ask him more, to understand. "Wait," she called. He paused, looking over his shoulder. "What?" She swallowed, the words feeling foreign in her mouth. "Thank you." Jamal nodded once and walked away, blending back into the city streets. Carter stood there, her world shifting beneath her feet. She had always believed she knew right from wrong, but today a 7-year-old boy had taught her what justice truly looked like. Sometimes it takes a life-changing moment to break down prejudice. The question now was, what would she do with it? A bystander had recorded the entire incident. The video of Jamal saving Officer Carter went viral overnight. Social media erupted with debates. News outlets picked up the story, and soon everyone had an opinion. Young black boy saves officer who harassed him. What happens next will shock you. The headlines spread like wildfire, turning Jamal into an unexpected symbol of kindness and forgiveness. People in the community were divided. Some praised Jamal's actions, calling him a hero. "This boy showed more humanity than the system ever has," one commenter wrote. Others questioned whether Carter even deserved saving. Would she have done the same for him? Another asked. The mayor's office released a statement. "This event should make us all reflect on the kind of policing we want in our communities." A local pastor called for unity, urging people to see this as an opportunity for change. Meanwhile, activists pushed for an investigation into Carter's previous conduct, demanding accountability. Carter? She stayed silent. For days, she avoided the media. She avoided her own reflection. She had spent years enforcing rules, believing she was on the right side of justice. But now, for the first time, she was questioning herself. The way she had treated Jamal, the way she had treated so many others, was she really protecting the community, or just reinforcing a broken system? When she finally returned to the station, her fellow officers were waiting. Some clapped her on the back. "You good?" one asked. "Lucky that kid was there." Carter forced a smile, but something inside her had shifted. "Yeah, lucky." That night, she rewatched the video. She saw the way Jamal had acted without hesitation, the way he had saved her even after everything she had done to make his life harder. And she saw the way the world was now watching, waiting to see what she would do next. The world was watching. But would Carter change? As the days passed, protests erupted in front of the police station. "Justice for Jamal!" Signs filled the air. People weren't just demanding a thank you from Carter. They were demanding real accountability. News crews followed her every move, waiting for a statement. Her phone buzzed constantly. Some messages were from fellow officers offering support. Others weren't so kind. "Don't let them break you." One text read, But Carter was already breaking, not from the pressure of the media, but from the weight of her own reflection. She drove through Jamal's neighborhood one evening, seeing it through new eyes. The broken streetlights, the lack of parks, the over-policing. She had patrolled these streets for years, but she had never really seen them before. Jamal's mother stood outside their house, arms crossed as Carter approached. "What do you want?" she asked, voice sharp. Carter swallowed hard. I wanted to say thank you. To your son." Jamal's mother studied her. "And," Carter hesitated, "and I want to do better, but I don't know how." For the first time in her life, Officer Sarah Carter wasn't giving orders. She wasn't assuming she had all the answers. She was just a person, standing before the people she had wronged, asking for guidance. Jamal's mother sighed. "Then start by listening." The world was still watching. And for the first time, Carter was ready to listen. A week later, Jamal was walking home past the cracked pavement of his neighborhood. The weight of the past few days still lingered. His name was everywhere, but his life hadn't changed. He still went to sleep hungry, still wore the same shoes with holes in the soles. He had saved a life, but his own still felt like it was stuck in survival mode. A police cruiser pulled up beside him, its flashing lights off. Jamal tensed, instinctively preparing to run, but then he saw who it was. Officer Carter. She stepped out, her uniform looking heavier than before. "Jamal, can we talk?" Jamal crossed his arms, his face blank. "What do you want?" Carter hesitated. For years, she had been the one with the power, the one who spoke, while others had to listen. But now she was the one searching for the right words. "I was wrong about you. I've been wrong about a lot of things." Jamal scoffed. "Yeah, I know." Carter nodded, accepting his anger. "I can't change what I've done, but I want to do better. And not just words, actions." Jamal raised an eyebrow. "And?" Carter reached into her pocket and pulled out an envelope. "The police department put this together for you. A scholarship, a new home for your family, a fresh start." Jamal's fingers trembled as he took the envelope, staring at the neatly printed letters inside. It didn't feel real. "For real?" Carter nodded. "For real. You saved my life. Now let us help change yours." Jamal's mother appeared in the doorway, her eyes wary. "What's this?" Carter looked at her, her voice softer than it had ever been. "A way to start making things right." Jamal's mother took the papers from her son's hands, her eyes scanning the details. Her throat tightened. "And you think this fixes everything?" Carter shook her head. "Number. But it's a start." Jamal looked between his mother and Carter, his mind racing. He had never expected this, not from her, not from anyone. The city had ignored people like him for years, but now, suddenly, the system wanted to help. "You really gonna change?" he asked, his voice quiet but firm. Carter met his gaze. "I have to. You showed me that." The wind blew through the street, carrying the weight of an unspoken truth. This wasn't just about a scholarship or a home. This was about whether people like Carter could ever truly change. Whether the system that had failed them could ever do better. Jamal exhaled slowly. "I don't know what to say." His mother touched his shoulder. "Then don't say anything. Just decide if you want a new start." Jamal clutched the envelope, feeling its weight. He had saved Carter's life, not for a reward, not for recognition, but because it was the right thing to do. And now, maybe, just maybe, this was his chance to finally move forward. Carter stepped back toward her car, pausing before getting in. "For what it's worth, Jamal. Thank you." Jamal watched her drive away, his grip tightening on the envelope. Maybe this was just one step, but for the first time in a long time, it felt like a step in the right direction. Inspired by Jamal's act of courage, the conversation about change spread far beyond their neighborhood. What had started as a moment between two people, one in need, one willing to help, became a catalyst for something greater. The local community, long skeptical of law enforcement, saw an opportunity to push for real reform. Community leaders gathered at City Hall, demanding answers. If a child can show more humanity than those sworn to protect us, what does that say about our system? One activist challenged during a town hall meeting. The mayor and police chief, under public pressure, announced new initiatives to rebuild trust, starting with extensive de-escalation training for officers and increased community involvement. Carter, still grappling with the events that had changed her, requested a transfer from patrol duty to community outreach programs. "I can't erase my past mistakes," she admitted in a meeting with the department. "But I can make sure I don't repeat them." At first, people were skeptical. Could someone like Carter really change? Could she truly become part of the solution instead of the problem? But she showed up at town hall meetings, at school functions, even at neighborhood cleanups. She started listening instead of assuming. She learned names instead of just faces, and she heard the stories of people she once dismissed. Jamal, despite all the media attention, kept his focus on what mattered most: his community. He started first aid workshops for kids his age, teaching them the skills that had saved Carter's life. Helping people shouldn't be rare, he told a reporter. It should be normal. Word of his efforts spread, and soon, local organizations stepped in to support his mission. A nearby hospital donated supplies for his workshops. A community center offered space for training sessions. Even teachers at his school began incorporating basic emergency response lessons into their curriculum. Meanwhile, Carter faced resistance from within her own ranks. "You're making us look weak," one officer told her. "No," she countered. "I'm making us accountable." Change was slow, and not everyone embraced it. But with each step forward, the line between us and them blurred just a little more. The police department implemented a civilian oversight committee to hold officers accountable. Funding was redirected toward education and outreach instead of just enforcement. And for the first time in years, the community and the department were having conversations, not confrontations. Jamal's story was no longer just about a boy saving a cop. It was about what could happen when people, no matter their differences, chose to do the right thing. One night, after a long day of training kids in CPR, Jamal found Carter waiting for him outside the community center. "You were right," she said. "Helping people should be normal. And I have a lot more to learn." Jamal smirked. "Good, because I'm not done teaching. Because real change starts with action. Do you believe one act of kindness can change an entire system?" Weeks later, Jamal stood in front of his new home, the weight of the past slowly lifting from his shoulders. The walls weren't cracked, the windows weren't broken, and for the first time in his life, he had a bed that was his own. The scholarship had secured his future. He could now dream bigger than just making it through the day. Reporters crowded around him at the ceremony, cameras flashing, microphones thrust forward. "Jamal, what's next for you?" one journalist asked, her voice filled with genuine curiosity. Jamal hesitated for a moment, thinking about everything that had led him to this moment. The streets he had walked, the hunger he had endured, the prejudice he had faced. And yet here he was, standing in a place that once felt impossible. He smiled, his confidence unwavering. "I think I want to be a doctor. People seem to need a lot of saving." A chuckle rippled through the crowd, but it wasn't amusement. It was admiration. People saw the resilience in him, the strength that had carried him through years of struggle. He had saved a life without expecting anything in return, and now the world was ready to give something back to him. As the ceremony wrapped up, Jamal glanced across the crowd and spotted a familiar face. Officer Carter. She wasn't in uniform, just standing quietly, observing. Their eyes met, and for a brief moment neither of them spoke. Then Carter gave him a small nod, a silent acknowledgement of what had passed between them, of the moment that had changed everything. Maybe people could change. Maybe. Jamal turned back to his mother, who held his hand tightly. "You ready?" she asked, her voice filled with pride and relief. He looked at his home, at his future, at the possibilities ahead. "Yeah, I'm ready." The story of a young boy from a forgotten neighborhood had reached the world, inspiring others to believe in second chances. His kindness had broken through walls that prejudice had built. And in the end, it wasn't just Jamal's life that had changed. It was his entire community's. Some battles are won in the courtroom, some in the streets, and some in the quiet moments where one act of kindness alters the course of history. Jamal had won his battle that day, but more importantly, he had rewritten the future. What lessons can we learn from Jamal's story? How can we apply them to our own lives? Would you have done what Jamal did? Comment below, like, and share if you believe in second chances. United States, Los Angeles. When a young boy saves a woman's life, he has no idea that his act of kindness will change his life forever. His bravery leads to an unexpected reward from a millionaire that no one could have foreseen. Malik Carter, an 11-year-old boy, has lived a life full of struggle, surviving in a tough part of Los Angeles. Growing up in an environment where opportunities are scarce, Malik has learned to be resourceful. He navigates the streets with caution, always looking for ways to help his mother make ends meet. Despite their hardships, Malik remains determined, holding on to the hope that one day their situation will improve. His mother, working multiple jobs, does everything she can to provide for him, but life in their neighborhood is far from easy. Malik understands the challenges, and though he is still a child, he carries responsibilities far beyond his years. He spends his days running errands and doing odd jobs to help his struggling single mother. Whether it's carrying groceries for a neighbor or helping at the corner store, Malik takes every small opportunity to earn a little money. Every dollar he brings home helps keep the lights on, and he takes pride in doing what he can. He has learned that survival in their world means working hard and staying out of trouble. His mother always tells him that one day things will be better, but for now, Malik does what he can to help. He never complains, never asks for more than what they have. He just keeps moving forward, determined to be strong for his mother. Malik's life is about to take a dramatic turn when one fateful moment leads him to save the life of a woman in need. It starts as any other day. Malik is running an errand for a neighbor when he finds himself in a part of the city he doesn't visit often. The buildings are taller, the cars are nicer, and everything feels different from where he lives. As he makes his way down the sidewalk, he hears a sudden commotion. A woman screams, and before he can process what's happening, he sees her struggling. Time seems to slow as Malik realizes she is in danger. and without hesitation, he acts. He doesn't think about the consequences, he just knows that someone needs his help, and he can't stand by and do nothing. Little did Malik know, this single act of heroism would change everything for him and his family. What would you do if you saw someone in danger and had to act fast? Malik, working as a janitor in the Hawthorne residence, notices Mrs. Isabella Hawthorne, a woman in a pastel-colored bathrobe, stumbling out of the bathroom. He pauses for a moment, confused by her unsteady steps. Her face is pale, her breath shallow. Something is wrong. Malik watches as she clutches her chest in distress before collapsing to the floor in front of him, her body limp and unresponsive, sending Malik into a panic. His instincts scream at him to do something, but for a split second fear grips him. He has never been in a situation quite like this before. Malik has seen medical emergencies before while helping at the local clinic, and he rushes to her side. His heart races as he assesses her condition, trying to remember everything he has observed in the past. He checks for a pulse, pressing his fingers to her wrist, but he feels nothing. The reality of the moment slams into him. This woman is in serious danger. Without thinking, he begins performing CPR, desperately trying to save her life. His hands press firmly against her chest, counting each compression in his head. His breaths come fast, but he forces himself to stay focused. He cannot let her slip away. The weight of the responsibility is immense, but he pushes through, knowing that no one else is there to help her. As he continues his efforts, the door to the bathroom swings open, revealing Mr. Hawthorne's voice calling out in confusion. Malik barely registers it. He hears Mr. Hawthorne gasp, hears the hurried shuffle of feet, but he doesn't stop what he's doing. The man's panicked voice fills the room, demanding to know what's happening. But Malik doesn't look up. He doesn't explain. There is no time for that. He keeps his focus on Mrs. Hawthorne, his hands steady, as he administers chest compressions. Everything else becomes background noise. His only goal is to keep her alive. After what feels like an eternity, Mrs. Hawthorne regains consciousness, gasping for air. Malik feels an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him as she coughs weakly, her eyes fluttering open. He did it. She's breathing, but he knows she still needs help. Malik immediately calls for an ambulance, his voice steady, despite the adrenaline coursing through his veins. He stays by her side, reassuring her even though his own heart is still pounding. He doesn't let go of her hand, doesn't move until he knows she is in the care of professionals. The tension is palpable, and as the paramedics arrive, Malik steps back, overwhelmed by what he just did. He watches as they take over, their hands moving quickly and efficiently. The flashing red and blue lights from outside reflect on the polished floors of the Hawthorne residence, a stark contrast to the chaos of the moment. Mr. Hawthorne is still in shock, his face pale, as he tries to make sense of what just happened. He glances at Malik, something unreadable in his expression. Malik, still catching his breath, doesn't know what to expect next. He had acted on instinct, not expecting anything in return. As the paramedics wheel Mrs. Hawthorne out, Malik stands there, his hands trembling slightly. The weight of it all finally sinks in. He had saved someone's life. A simple act of kindness, a decision made in a split second, had changed everything. He had no idea how this moment would shape his future, how this single act of heroism would set into motion a series of events that would change his life forever. But for now, he just watches as the ambulance doors close, wondering what comes next. Have you ever had to step up and help someone in a life-threatening situation? How did it feel? After Mrs. Hawthorne recovers, she thanks Malik profusely for saving her life. Her voice is filled with gratitude as she promises to reward him for his quick thinking and bravery. She clasps his hands in hers, her eyes brimming with emotion, as she assures him that his kindness will not go unnoticed. The way she looks at him, with deep appreciation and warmth, makes Malik feel something unfamiliar, pride mixed with disbelief. He never thought of himself as a hero, but in this moment, it seems like that is exactly what he is. However, Malik is still shocked by the events that just unfolded. He was just doing what anyone would do, but he never imagined that it would lead to such a grand gesture. He replays the moment in his mind over and over again, struggling to process everything. He wonders what would have happened if he hadn't been there that day. Would Mrs. Hawthorne have survived? Would someone else have stepped in to help? The weight of it all begins to sink in, and he realizes that life can change in an instant. His mother beams with pride when she hears what happened, hugging him tightly and telling him how proud she is of him. But even as he basks in the warmth of his mother's praise, something inside him feels unsettled. The next day, Malik is contacted by a lawyer representing the Hawthorne family. He's told that Mr. Jonathan Hawthorne wants to reward him with $700,000 for his heroic act. Malik nearly drops the phone when he hears the number. $700,000. It doesn't seem real. He and his mother have spent years struggling to make ends meet, stretching every dollar, scraping by on the bare minimum. And now, in the blink of an eye, everything is about to change. He doesn't know how to respond. He mutters a quiet, "Thank you," but his mind is racing. Is this a dream? Could someone like him really be given such a life-changing amount of money? Malik and his family are left speechless. They've always struggled to make ends meet, and suddenly their lives are set to change forever. His mother's eyes fill with tears when she hears the news. She whispers about paying off debts, moving to a safer neighborhood, finally having some security after years of uncertainty. For the first time in his life, Malik feels the crushing weight of financial struggle begin to lift. But with that relief comes something else: doubt. Why is Mr. Hawthorne offering so much money? Is this really just gratitude, or is there something more to it? But as the days go by, Malik starts to feel conflicted. He starts hearing whispers that Mr. Hawthorne's generosity might have another motive. Some of the people in his neighborhood warn him that nothing comes for free, that a man as wealthy as Mr. Hawthorne doesn't just hand out money without expecting something in return. At first, Malik brushes it off. This was a reward, not a deal. He saved a life, and Mr. Hawthorne wanted to thank him. But the doubt lingers. He recalls some of the subtle comments made by Mr. Hawthorne during their earlier exchanges, comments that made him feel uncomfortable. Had he missed something? Was there something deeper behind this act of generosity? The more he thinks about it, the more uneasy he becomes. Malik thought his life was about to change for the better, but now he isn't sure what to believe. What he thought was a blessing might be something much more complicated. What would you do if someone you helped gave you an unexpected, life-changing reward? Mr. Jonathan Hawthorne, a successful and influential businessman, explains in a private meeting with Malik that he has been following his wife's recovery and the details of the incident. The meeting takes place in Mr. Hawthorne's grand office, where floor-to-ceiling windows overlook the city skyline. The contrast between Malik's world and the luxurious surroundings is striking, but he keeps his composure as he listens carefully. He still doesn't know what to expect from this conversation, but he remains attentive, his heart pounding slightly as he waits for Mr. Hawthorne to explain why he has been called here. He shares that he and his wife had been deeply moved by Malik's courage and selflessness. Mr. Hawthorne's voice is calm, but there's an undeniable weight behind his words. He recounts how Mrs. Hawthorne told him about the moment she regained consciousness, how she saw Malik's face filled with determination and concern as he fought to save her life. Mr. Hawthorne pauses, his expression unreadable, before continuing. It's rare to find someone willing to act so selflessly, especially at your age, Malik. That kind of courage is something I respect. But there's more to the story. Malik senses it before Mr. Hawthorne even says the words. Mr. Hawthorne reveals that he had been searching for someone to help him with a personal project to give back to the community, someone who could represent the values of kindness and selflessness. He leans forward, his gaze steady. "I've been working on something that I believe could change lives," he explains, "but it needs the right face, the right heart behind it." Malik listens, intrigued, but still unsure of where this conversation is going. He has never imagined himself in a position like this, let alone being chosen for something important by someone as powerful as Mr. Hawthorne. He wants Malik to be the face of a new initiative that provides scholarships, mentorships, and opportunities for young people from underserved communities like Malik's. "You understand what it's like to struggle," Mr. Hawthorne continues. "You know what it means to work hard, to want a better life for yourself and your family. That's why I believe you're the right person to represent this initiative." He explains that the program will provide education, career guidance, and financial support to children who come from backgrounds like Malik's. The goal is to give them the tools they need to create a future filled with opportunities that might otherwise be out of reach. Malik, stunned by the offer, is hesitant, unsure whether he's the right person for such an important role. But Mr. Hawthorne assures him that he sees great potential in him. "I don't need someone perfect," Mr. Hawthorne says, sensing Malik's doubt. "I need someone real, someone who can inspire others by showing them that change is possible." Malik shifts in his seat, taking in the gravity of what he is being asked to do. A part of him wants to accept immediately, to believe that he is capable of making a difference. But another part of him wonders if he's ready for this responsibility. He thinks of his mother, of the sacrifices she has made for him. He thinks of his neighborhood, of the kids who don't get the same chances as others. He realizes that this isn't just about him. It's about all the people who never got a helping hand, who were never given the opportunity to break free from the cycle of struggle. Maybe, just maybe, this is his chance to do something meaningful, not just for himself, but for so many others. Do you think it's possible for one act of kindness to change the course of someone's future? Why or why not? With the financial reward and the opportunity to work with Mr. Hawthorne's foundation, Malik begins to see the world in a new light. He no longer feels confined by the struggles of his past, but instead, he starts to embrace the possibilities of what his future could be. He moves through spaces that once seemed unattainable. Grand ballrooms filled with wealthy donors, networking events where powerful individuals discuss business deals and philanthropy. He shakes hands with people who have never known what it is like to live paycheck to paycheck, yet they listen to his story with admiration. It is an entirely new world, one that both excites and overwhelms him. He starts attending high-profile events, meeting influential people, and even gaining access to resources that were once out of reach. education programs, mentorship opportunities, financial literacy workshops. Things he never knew existed are now at his fingertips. The foundation provides him with a platform, and suddenly, doors that had been locked tight before are beginning to open. People recognize him, wanting to hear his story, wanting to know how a boy from the toughest part of Los Angeles ended up sitting at the table with millionaires and CEOs. It is surreal, and Malik can hardly believe it himself. But with this newfound exposure comes a weight he was not prepared for. His newfound success does not come without challenges, though. Malik faces pressure from the community, the media, and even his own family as they struggle to adjust to his sudden rise. Some people from his neighborhood whisper that he has changed, that he's forgetting where he came from. The media paints different narratives. Some see him as a hero, while others question whether he deserves this opportunity at all. His mother, always his biggest supporter, is proud but also worried. She knows that sudden success can be just as dangerous as failure, and she reminds him constantly to stay true to himself. Malik tries to ignore the noise, but the pressure is real. He starts to wonder if he is really the right person for this role, or if he's just playing a part in someone else's vision. But Malik remains grounded, continuing to give back to his community and share his story with others who need hope and inspiration. Despite the doubts, despite the challenges, he remembers why he agreed to this in the first place. He wants to make a difference, to show kids from his neighborhood that success is possible. He visits local schools, speaking to students who remind him of himself. He mentors young people, helping them navigate the same struggles he faced. He works with the foundation to create new programs, ensuring that others have access to opportunities that once seemed impossible for him. The more he gives back, the more he realizes that this is where he belongs, not in the glitzy rooms filled with wealthy benefactors, but in the streets and classrooms where real change begins. Malik's journey is far from over. He knows there will always be challenges, but he also knows that he has the strength to face them. He has been given a rare chance, one that could alter the course of his life and the lives of so many others. And as he stands before a crowd, sharing his story once again, he understands that success is not just about where you end up. It is about who you lift up along the way. How would you handle the sudden success and attention that comes with a life-changing event? As the months pass, Malik continues to work closely with the Hawthorne Foundation, helping to fund and build programs for youth in underprivileged areas. What began as a simple act of kindness has turned into a full-fledged mission to create opportunities for those who, like him, have struggled to find a way forward. He dedicates himself to the work, using his own experiences to shape the programs and ensure they meet the real needs of the community. He visits schools, speaks at events, and listens to young people who remind him of his past. Malik knows their struggles because he has lived them. Now, he's in a position to help others break free from the cycle of hardship, just as he once dreamed of doing. His success story spreads across the country, becoming a symbol of hope for many young people who feel overlooked or disadvantaged. News outlets pick up his story, highlighting the remarkable journey of a boy who went from cleaning floors to standing on stages alongside some of the most influential people in the country. His name becomes synonymous with resilience and opportunity. He is invited to television interviews, asked to speak at conferences, and sought after by organizations looking to make a difference. People listen when he speaks because his story is real, his journey authentic. He is not just someone who was given a lucky break. He is someone who used that break to change lives. Malik's family sees a massive improvement in their lifestyle, but it's the emotional growth and empowerment that they cherish most. Moving into a better home, having financial stability, and seeing a future that once seemed impossible are all incredible gifts. But what truly matters to them is seeing Malik grow into the person he was always meant to be. His mother watches with pride as he navigates this new world while staying true to his roots. She sees how he carries himself with humility, never forgetting the struggles they endured together. His family bonds grow stronger, and they no longer live in fear of what tomorrow might bring. They have found security, but more than that, they have found purpose. Mr. Hawthorne, proud of what Malik has accomplished, sees in him the future of social change and justice. Watching Malik transform from a boy who once doubted his worth into a young man who now commands rooms with his presence fills him with hope. He sees in Malik the proof that change is possible, that given the right opportunities, young people from any background can rise and lead. Malik is no longer just a success story. He is a movement, an example for others to follow. Mr. Hawthorne believes that this is just the beginning for him, that his impact will only grow with time. As Malik stands before a packed auditorium, delivering a speech to young students who look at him with admiration and hope, he realizes how much his life has changed. But more importantly, he realizes how much more work there is to do. He is no longer the boy who simply wanted a better life for himself. He is now a leader, determined to pave the way for others. His journey is far from over, but he knows that every step he takes will help light the path for those who come after him. What do you think is the most important lesson Malik learned throughout this journey? In the final scene, Malik stands before a crowd of young people, sharing his story and encouraging them to never give up, no matter how difficult life may seem. The room is filled with eager faces, all waiting to hear from someone who has walked the path they now stand on. He grips the microphone, feeling the weight of the moment. His voice is steady, filled with conviction as he speaks from the heart, recounting his journey from struggle to success. He remembers when he was in their place, wondering if life would ever change, questioning if his dreams were too big for someone like him. Now, standing before them, he knows that dreams are never too big. Only the limits we place on ourselves are. He speaks of the importance of kindness, hard work, and staying true to one's values, knowing that every action, no matter how small, can have a lasting impact. You never know how one moment, one decision, can change everything, he says, scanning the faces in the audience. I didn't save Mrs. Hawthorne's life because I expected something in return. I did it because it was the right thing to do. And that one act led me here, standing in front of all of you, hoping to inspire just one person to believe that change is possible. The crowd listens intently, hanging on to his words. He tells them that success isn't about money or status. It's about making a difference, about helping those around you, about lifting others as you rise. The crowd erupts in applause, inspired by Malik's journey and the incredible changes he's brought to his community. The energy in the room is electric, and Malik feels an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. He sees young people looking at him with admiration, with belief that they too can overcome their own hardships. His story is no longer just his own. It belongs to all of them now, a beacon of hope for those who need it most. Teachers and mentors in the audience nod approvingly, recognizing the significance of what is happening. Malik's journey has become more than just personal success. It is a symbol of what perseverance and kindness can accomplish. As Malik walks off the stage, he glances at his family, knowing that he's created a new path not only for himself, but for countless others. His mother, standing in the front row, wipes away tears of pride. She sees the young man her son has become, the leader he has grown into, and she knows that everything they endured was worth it. Mr. Hawthorne, standing nearby, offers a proud nod, knowing that Malik's potential is limitless. As Malik steps down, he takes a deep breath, realizing that his work is far from over. This speech, this moment, is just the beginning of something greater. He has found his purpose, and he will continue to fight for change, to uplift his community, to be the role model he never had growing up. What change do you hope to see in the world after hearing Malik's story? United States, Miami Hook. A single moment can change a life forever. When a young black boy steps in to save a woman's life, he never expects what happens next, a reward so unbelievable that it leaves everyone stunned. Jaden Carter, a 10-year-old boy, spends most of his time helping his single mother with odd jobs to make ends meet. He knows the value of hard work and sacrifice, something his mother has taught him from a young age. They don't have much, but they make do. Jaden's mother, a house cleaner for some of the wealthiest families in Miami, works long hours to provide for them both, and Jaden often finds himself tagging along, running errands or helping wherever he can. It's a tough life, but Jaden doesn't complain. He understands that their situation is temporary, and he holds on to the hope that things will get better one day. Jaden is used to navigating the wealthy neighborhoods of Miami, where his mother works as a house cleaner. He's seen the grand houses and luxurious cars, and while he doesn't envy the people who live in those mansions, he can't help but wonder what it would be like to have a life of ease, a life where money was never a concern. Still, Jaden knows that these thoughts are fleeting. His life is one of hard work, and he takes pride in the little things, like helping his mom with errands or taking care of their home when she's busy. He's learned that every small effort counts, and he believes that by helping his mother, he is doing his part to create a better future for them both. While waiting outside one of the mansions she cleans, Jaden hears a loud crash followed by a faint cry for help. The sound cuts through the quiet of the neighborhood, and Jaden's heart races. Without thinking, he drops the bag of groceries he's carrying and runs toward the source of the noise. Without thinking, he drops the bag of groceries he's carrying and runs toward the source of the noise. As he turns the corner, he sees Mrs. Hawthorne, a woman who lives in the house, lying unconscious on the floor. Her body is still, and there's no sign of movement. Jaden freezes for a moment, panic setting in. He's never been in a situation like this before. What should he do? Should he call for help? Should he run inside? But before he has time to think further, he notices the faintest signs of life. Her chest rising and falling, weak but present. This is the moment that will change everything. Jaden rushes toward the sound and finds a wealthy woman, Mrs. Evelyn Sinclair, lying on the pavement beside an overturned pink couch. The bright pink of the couch contrasts sharply with the cold, unforgiving pavement, and Jaden's heart races. He can barely comprehend what's happening as he sees the woman sprawled out, her body motionless and limp. Her breathing is shallow, and she looks dazed. Her elegant, mint-colored dress is slightly torn, and her eyes flutter as she tries to stay conscious. The sight of her, so elegant yet so vulnerable, strikes a chord deep within him. "Ma'am, can you hear me?" Jaden kneels beside her, gently shaking her shoulder, his voice filled with urgency. He knows that this isn't just some ordinary moment. This is a life-or-death situation, and he needs to act fast. She barely manages to whisper, "Help, please," before her body goes limp and Jaden's stomach drops. His mind races. What should he do? He knows that time is running out. Without hesitation, Jaden checks for a pulse, remembering what his mother once told him about emergencies. His hands tremble, but he stays calm. He forces himself to think clearly, focusing on the lessons his mother drilled into him. Check for a pulse. Assess the situation, don't panic. He places his fingers on her wrist, his heart racing as he searches for any sign of life. There's nothing. His mind screams at him to do something, but he knows he has to stay calm. He must act quickly. He spots a car in the driveway and sprints inside the mansion, calling for help. Finding no one, he grabs the landline phone and dials 911, giving clear details of the woman's condition. His voice is steady, but his heart is pounding in his chest. "I need help. A woman's unconscious, and I don't know what happened. She's breathing, but it's very shallow. Please, hurry." He repeats the address twice, making sure to get every detail correct. He knows that every second counts. The dispatcher assures him that help is on the way, but Jaden doesn't want to waste any time. He returns to her side, whispering, "Stay with me, please." His small hands clasp hers as he kneels down beside her, his fingers tightening around hers. He doesn't know what else to say. He's never been in a situation like this before. He's just a young boy, and yet here he is, trying to save a woman's life. The sirens are growing louder now, but to Jaden they feel like an eternity away. He's hyper-aware of the woman's shallow breath and her faint pulse, and he refuses to leave her side. Every second feels like a lifetime. Jaden continues to whisper words of reassurance to Mrs. Sinclair, his small voice filled with desperation. He holds her hand tightly, praying that she will stay alive long enough for the paramedics to arrive. As the sirens get closer, Jaden's anxiety begins to ebb slightly, but the uncertainty remains. What if they can't save her? What if he's done everything wrong? What if he can't do enough to make a difference? The paramedics arrive just as Jaden's hope is beginning to fade. They move quickly, taking over the scene with practiced efficiency. As they load Mrs. Sinclair into the ambulance, Jaden steps back, overwhelmed by the weight of the situation. His hands are still shaking, but he knows he did everything he could. He helped a woman in need when no one else was around, and that one act of bravery will change his life forever. He watches the ambulance drive off, the red and blue lights flashing, and he feels both relief and exhaustion wash over him. The event that started as an ordinary day for Jaden has now transformed into something he could never have predicted. A single act of kindness, a decision made in the blink of an eye, has led him into an entirely new chapter of his life. The next morning, Jaden is back at home when he hears a loud honk outside. He doesn't think much of it at first, but the sound is persistent, and it's unlike anything he's heard in their quiet neighborhood. He walks over to the window and peers outside, his eyes widening as he spots a luxury car, a Rolls-Royce, with tinted windows parked in front of his small apartment. He's never seen a car like that before, let alone parked so close to his home. His heart starts to race, and confusion sets in. Why would such an expensive car be here in front of his building? His mother opens the door hesitantly as two sharply dressed men step out of the car. They look out of place in the modest neighborhood. One of them, taller and wearing dark sunglasses, approaches her with a polite but firm demeanor. "Is this the home of Jaden Carter?" one asks. Jaden stands frozen for a moment, unsure of what to do. The men don't look like anyone he knows, and the presence of the Rolls-Royce makes him nervous. He feels his palms sweat as he nervously steps forward. "Yes, sir," he says, his voice small but clear. The men exchange a glance, and one of them nods toward the car. The backseat window rolls down, revealing Mrs. Sinclair, now fully recovered. She's sitting comfortably, wearing sunglasses and a grateful smile. She looks much better than the woman he helped just the day before. No longer pale and unconscious, but vibrant and full of life. Her presence seems to glow in contrast to the simple surroundings of Jaden's apartment. Her eyes meet his, and she gives a warm, appreciative nod. "Young man, you saved my life," she says, her voice calm and steady, "and I never forget kindness." Her words hang in the air, and for a moment Jaden can't speak. His mind is racing, trying to process the surreal turn his life has taken in just one day. This woman, whom he never expected to see again, is here, standing before him, thanking him for what was, to him, just a simple act of kindness. But now, it's becoming clear that it was much more than that. The driver steps forward and hands Jaden's mother an envelope. She hesitates, confused by the gesture, but when she opens it, her eyes widen. She gasps. Inside is a check for $250,000. Jaden's mother can barely hold the paper steady as she stares at the large amount. She's been struggling to make ends meet for as long as Jaden can remember. And now, suddenly, they have more money than they've ever dreamed of. Jaden's heart pounds in his chest. He looks at his mother, who is still staring at the check in disbelief. Her hands shake as she passes it to him, and Jaden can't help but feel a strange mix of excitement and fear. "That's just the beginning," Mrs. Sinclair continues, her smile widening as she gestures to the car behind her. "Open the car trunk." Jaden, still in shock, hesitates for a moment before walking slowly toward the back of the Rolls-Royce. His legs feel like they might give out under him as he opens the trunk. When the trunk pops open, Jaden's eyes widen at the sight before him, neatly stacked bundles of cash, totaling another $250,000. It takes a moment for him to fully comprehend what he's seeing. The money is stacked so neatly, almost too neatly to be real. He feels a wave of dizziness wash over him. The amount is so large, so impossible that it doesn't seem real. Jaden's legs nearly give out. I don't know what to say," he stammers. His voice is shaky, and he feels his entire body tremble as he stands there, looking at the money that has just been given to him and his family. His mother stands behind him, still speechless, her hand covering her mouth as she tries to process what's happening. Mrs. Sinclair smiles, her gaze gentle but resolute. "Say yes to a better future," she says. "This is for your education, your family, and your dreams." Jaden can't find the words to respond. His mind is spinning. He never expected this, never imagined that one act of kindness could result in a reward so life-changing. He looks at his mother, who smiles through her tears, and knows that their lives will never be the same again. News spreads fast. People in the neighborhood start murmuring about Jaden's sudden fortune. The first whispers are innocent enough, coming from the few neighbors who actually know Jaden and his mother. At first, there are congratulatory remarks. Some people stop by to shake his hand, telling him how proud they are of him. It seems like a moment of celebration, and Jaden feels a sense of pride. He can see his mother smiling, her eyes full of pride, as she talks to the few who still view him as the hard-working boy who helped save a life. But things quickly take a different turn. The excitement fades and is replaced by skepticism. Other neighbors begin casting jealous glances in their direction, questioning why a rich woman would give so much to a poor black boy. It starts as hushed murmurs, but as the days pass, the questions grow louder and more pointed. One day, as Jaden walks home from school, he overhears a conversation between two women standing near the corner store. Maybe he stole something from her first, and she's paying him to keep quiet. One whispers, her words dripping with suspicion. Jaden feels his stomach tighten at the thought. Was that what people thought of him? That his act of kindness was somehow suspicious? That it couldn't possibly be genuine? People like him don't get lucky like this unless they did something shady. Another mutters, and Jaden's heart sinks further. He wants to argue, to scream at them that he didn't do anything wrong, that he saved a woman's life and deserves this reward. But he knows that arguing will do no good. These whispers, these judgments, are now part of his reality, and there's nothing he can do to change them. It's not just the neighbors. As the story spreads through town, people start making assumptions, adding their own narratives to the situation. They don't know him, don't understand who he is, yet they feel entitled to judge him based on their own biases. Even Jaden's mother, while grateful, worries. "Son, nothing in this world comes without expectations," she warns, her voice heavy with experience. She tells him that people will always want something in return, even if they don't say it out loud. It's a bitter reality that Jaden doesn't fully understand but knows is true. His mother's words echo in his mind as he tries to make sense of the situation. He's happy for the money, of course, but a part of him is conflicted, unsure whether accepting such a grand gift was the right choice. He never expected any reward for his actions. To him, saving Mrs. Sinclair's life was just the right thing to do, a simple act of kindness. But now that the reward has been given, he starts to feel the weight of other people's expectations. Jaden overhears some of the cruel comments and starts feeling uneasy, wondering if accepting the money was the right choice. Is there something Mrs. Sinclair isn't saying? Why did she choose him, a poor black boy from a neighborhood no one ever noticed, to receive such a large reward? He starts second-guessing himself, wondering if there's more to her generosity than meets the eye. The doubts creep in, and Jaden begins to question the intentions behind the gift. Was it really just an act of kindness, or was there something more at play? He tries to push these thoughts away, but they linger in his mind, leaving him feeling uncomfortable. Despite saving a life, Jaden realizes that some people will always judge him based on the color of his skin rather than his actions. He can't control how others perceive him, and that's a bitter pill to swallow. The reward that was meant to change his life, to give him a better future, has also brought judgment, suspicion, and unwanted attention. Jaden now understands that no matter how hard he works, no matter how much he tries to do the right thing, there will always be people who will judge him based on his race instead of his character. It's a painful realization, one that he's not sure how to cope with. But in this moment, Jaden also knows that he can't let others define him. He can't let their opinions overshadow the good he's done. He's still the boy who saved a life, and that will always be the most important thing. Would you accept such a large gift? Or would you be suspicious of hidden motives? A week later, Mrs. Sinclair invites Jaden and his mother to dinner at her mansion. The invitation is a surprise, and Jaden can hardly believe it. After everything that's happened, after the overwhelming generosity and the life-changing gift, he's not sure what to expect. He's never been inside such a grand house before. and everything about it feels unfamiliar. The walls are lined with expensive art, the floors are gleaming marble, and the smell of a delicious home-cooked meal fills the air. Mrs. Sinclair greets them at the door with a warm smile, and as she leads them to the dining room, Jaden feels a mix of awe and nervousness. He's just a kid from a small apartment, and now he's sitting at the table with one of the wealthiest women in the city. It's hard to process, and he's not sure how to act. As they eat, she finally reveals why she was so eager to reward Jaden. The food is delicious, and the conversation is light at first, with Mrs. Sinclair asking them about their lives. Jaden tries to keep his nerves in check, answering her questions as best as he can. He talks about his school, his dreams, and his mother's hard work. But as the evening goes on, Mrs. Sinclair's tone changes, becoming more reflective. She looks at Jaden, her eyes filled with emotion. "Years ago, I lost my only son in an accident," she says, her voice heavy with sorrow. Jaden is taken aback by the unexpected confession, unsure of what to say. She continues, her hands trembling slightly as she wipes a tear from her eye. "He was about Jaden's age. I couldn't save him." Jaden listens quietly, his heart aching for Mrs. Sinclair. He never imagined that this act of kindness could be tied to such deep pain. Mrs. Sinclair's voice cracks as she tells her story, revealing the depth of the grief that has haunted her for years. Jaden can feel the weight of her words, and for a moment he's unsure how to respond. But he listens as she explains that the loss of her son has left a hole in her heart that nothing can fill. She tells him that she's spent years trying to move forward, but the pain of that loss has never truly gone away. She wipes a tear and continues, "When I woke up and saw you trying to save me, I saw him in you. It felt like fate gave me a second chance." Jaden's heart skips a beat. He never thought about it that way. What seemed like a simple, instinctive action on his part, helping someone in need, has taken on a much deeper significance. He realizes that his act of kindness has become a way for Mrs. Sinclair to heal from a wound that never truly closed. It wasn't just about saving a life. It was about giving Mrs. Sinclair the chance to reconcile with her past, to feel as though she had been given a second opportunity to make things right. Jaden realizes this money isn't just a gift. It's a way for Mrs. Sinclair to heal from a past wound. She's not trying to repay him for a simple act of kindness. She's offering him something far more valuable, a chance to make sure that he never has to face the kind of loss she did. "I'm not trying to buy your gratitude," she adds, her voice soft but firm. "I'm trying to make sure you never struggle like I did." Jaden looks at his mother, then at Mrs. Sinclair, understanding the depth of her gift in a way he hadn't before. He feels the weight of the moment and the responsibility that comes with it. He looks at his mother, who smiles at him with tears in her eyes. Jaden takes a deep breath, then looks back at Mrs. Sinclair. "Then I'll use it to help others, too," he says, his voice steady and filled with purpose. The words come naturally, and Jaden knows he means them. He wants to honor Mrs. Sinclair's gift in a way that truly reflects the spirit in which it was given. He wants to make sure that others, like him, have the chance to create a better life. Do you believe in fate? Or do you think everything happens by chance? With the money, Jaden and his mother move into a better home, and Jaden is enrolled in one of the best schools in the city. The difference is immediate. Their new home is spacious, filled with light, and located in a much safer neighborhood. The weight of financial stress is lifted off their shoulders, and they begin to feel what it's like to live with a sense of stability. Jaden's mother, who has worked tirelessly for years, can finally relax a little, knowing that their future is more secure. Jaden, on the other hand, experiences a shift that's both thrilling and overwhelming. He's always been the kid who just got by. But now, as he steps into this new life, he feels like he's been given an opportunity to dream bigger than ever before. The new school is impressive, with state-of-the-art facilities and a host of extracurricular activities Jaden never had access to before. For the first time, he feels like he belongs in a place that was once out of reach. His classmates are diverse, and many come from backgrounds of privilege. But Jaden quickly realizes that he has something valuable to offer. His past, his experiences, and the lessons he learned growing up in a struggling family are things no one else in the room can understand. He starts to see that the true value of his story is not just in the money or the opportunity, but in the resilience he's developed over the years. He learns that his experiences, while different, have shaped him in ways that will make him stronger in the future. But instead of spending lavishly, Jaden starts a small scholarship fund for kids in his community who need help. He could have easily used the money for things like clothes, gadgets, or luxuries, but he understands that the real value of the money is in how it can impact others. He decides that the best way to honor the opportunity he's been given is by giving others a chance to follow a similar path. The scholarship is modest at first, but Jaden has a vision for how it can grow. His goal is to help young people in his neighborhood access educational opportunities they might not otherwise have had. He begins by reaching out to local schools, talking to teachers, and working with community leaders to identify children who show promise but lack the resources to pursue their dreams. He knows what it's like to be held back by circumstance, and he wants to make sure that no one else has to feel the way he did. Jaden uses the scholarship fund to cover tuition fees, books, and school supplies for a few select students, and he offers mentorship and guidance to them along the way. Seeing the kids he helps thrive gives him a sense of fulfillment he never imagined, and it strengthens his belief that true wealth isn't just about money, it's about opportunities and lifting others up. Mrs. Sinclair becomes a mentor to Jaden, guiding him as he grows into a young man who uses his blessings wisely. She sees the potential in him, and she becomes a steady presence in his life, offering advice and support as he navigates his new life. Her wisdom and experience are invaluable, and Jaden takes her lessons to heart. He knows that he's been given a rare opportunity, and he wants to make the most of it. Under Mrs. Sinclair's guidance, Jaden learns to be more thoughtful in his decisions, more aware of the impact he can have on others, and more focused on the long-term goals that will help him and his community. She becomes not just a benefactor, but a friend and a trusted mentor. The luxury car full of dollars was just the beginning. Jaden's real reward is the future he's building, not just for himself, but for others. His experiences, his kindness, and his desire to give back to his community are what will ultimately define his legacy. As Jaden moves forward, he understands that success isn't just about how much money you have. It's about what you do with that success, and how you use it to make a positive impact on the world around you. Jaden realizes that by helping others, he is creating a cycle of generosity that will continue for generations. His story is just beginning, and he knows that the best is yet to come. What would you do with a large sum of money if you suddenly received it? Years later, Jaden, now a successful entrepreneur, returns to the same neighborhood he once lived in. The neighborhood looks different now. there's been progress, with new buildings and a stronger sense of community. As he drives through the streets, he's flooded with memories of his childhood, the small apartment, the struggles, and the dreams that once felt out of reach. Now, as he looks out over the changes, he realizes that his success has become part of that transformation. He no longer feels like an outsider in this neighborhood. This place, which once seemed so distant, now feels like home, in a way it never did before. He's come full circle, and it's clear that his journey has not only shaped him, but the community around him. He sees kids who remind him of his younger self and funds programs that help them achieve their dreams. Walking down the street, he spots a group of young kids playing basketball. They look up at him as he passes by, and he can see the curiosity in their eyes. They don't know his story. They don't know the boy who once dreamed of a better future, but didn't know how to get there. Jaden stops to talk to them, offering words of encouragement and listening to their hopes and aspirations. In their eyes, he sees the same hunger for something more, the same desire to escape the cycle of poverty. And in that moment, Jaden knows that his success was never just about him. It was always about giving back to people like these kids who are still trying to carve out a future. He funds after-school programs, mentorship initiatives, and scholarship opportunities for them. He's determined to ensure that they too have access to the same opportunities he once had. At an event, he thanks Mrs. Sinclair for believing in him when no one else did. The gala is held at a large venue, filled with influential people who admire Jaden for his business acumen and his charitable work. But for Jaden, the most important moment of the evening isn't the speeches or the recognition. It's when he stands before the audience and thanks Mrs. Sinclair for everything she did for him. He takes a deep breath, looking out into the crowd before speaking. "Your kindness changed my life," he says, his voice steady but filled with emotion. "You didn't just give me money, you gave me a chance to dream. You gave me a future when I had no idea how to create one." He pauses, glancing at Mrs. Sinclair, who is seated in the front row, watching him with a proud smile. Mrs. Sinclair smiles, now elderly but proud. She stands to join him on the stage, her eyes filled with warmth and affection. She looks at Jaden with admiration and joy, seeing how far he has come. "And look at you. You changed the world," she says, her voice filled with pride. Her words are simple but powerful, and in that moment, Jaden realizes that Mrs. Sinclair's belief in him has been a cornerstone of his success. Without her generosity and her faith in him, none of this would have been possible. Jaden knows that her impact on his life will never fade. The lesson? One good deed can create a ripple effect that lasts a lifetime. Jaden's journey, from the streets of Miami to becoming a successful entrepreneur, was fueled by kindness. It's a kindness that he's carried with him and passed on to others. The scholarship programs, the mentorship, the opportunities, all of it is a direct result of the kindness he received years ago. And now, as he watches the kids in his community dream bigger, as he sees them take hold of the opportunities he's created for them, he knows that his actions have had a lasting impact. The ripple effect continues, and Jaden's legacy will live on for generations to come. What's one act of kindness that changed your life or someone else's? United States Atlanta Hook. A single act of kindness can change everything. But when a young boy saves a wealthy woman's life, the world reacts with judgment and prejudice. Little does he know that his bravery will lead to a life-altering reward. Malik Johnson, a 12-year-old black boy, lives in one of the toughest neighborhoods in Atlanta, surrounded by high-rise buildings and narrow alleyways. The sounds of the bustling city fill the air every day, and Malek has grown used to the noise and chaos. Despite the constant challenges, he remains determined to make the best of his circumstances. His family struggles to make ends meet, with Malek often helping his single mother clean houses to earn a few extra dollars. His mother works tirelessly, never asking for help from anyone, but Malik knows that the bills keep piling up, and they are barely scraping by. Every day, he watches his mother stretch every dollar and put her own needs aside to ensure that he has food and shelter. The apartment they live in is small and cramped, with peeling paint on the walls and broken furniture that has been passed down over the years. Yet, Malik never complains. He sees his mother's sacrifice and understands that they must make do with what they have. He's always hopeful for a better life. Every day, he dreams of a future where his family is free from the weight of financial stress. Despite their struggles, Malik refuses to give up hope. He works hard at school, studies diligently, and does everything he can to help his mother. It's not always easy, but he believes that hard work will eventually pay off. In the quiet moments when he's alone, he imagines a life beyond their neighborhood, a life where he doesn't have to worry about bills, where he can help his mother live the life she deserves. He dreams of a house with a yard, a car that doesn't break down, and the freedom to simply enjoy life without the constant weight of financial struggle. Every day, Malik walks past wealthy neighborhoods where the houses are huge and the cars are expensive. He stares at the mansions with admiration, wondering what it would be like to live in such a place. He imagines the luxury, the comfort, the ease that comes with wealth. But as he continues to walk, he reminds himself of the reality of his life. He knows that his family can never afford such a lifestyle, that those kinds of neighborhoods are far beyond his reach. Still, he wonders, even for a moment, what it would be like to not have to struggle every single day. As he looks at the fancy cars and well-kept lawns, he can't help but wonder if he'll ever be able to experience that kind of life. The thought doesn't linger for long. He knows that wishing for things outside his control won't change his situation. Instead, he focuses on doing what he can to make the most of what he has. One afternoon, while doing an errand in a richer part of the city, Malik witnesses an event that will forever change the course of his life. He's walking along the sidewalk, passing one of the large mansions, when he hears a scream followed by a loud crash. Malik looks up to see a woman lying on the ground, unconscious and bleeding. Without thinking, he runs toward her, his heart pounding in his chest. His mind races as he assesses the situation. He's seen emergencies before, but this is different. This time, he's the one who has to act. With his hands shaking, he checks for a pulse, and when he finds none, he immediately starts CPR, doing everything he can to save her life. In those moments, nothing else matters. He doesn't care about where he is or who the woman is. He only knows that he has to do whatever it takes to help her. What would you do if you had the chance to help someone, knowing it could change your life? Where are you watching from, and what time is it? While running an errand for his mother, Malik notices a woman lying on the ground near a luxury house, her face twisted in pain. The sun beats down on the sidewalk, and everything seems to move in slow motion as Malik rushes toward her. The rich neighborhood is usually calm and pristine, but today it's filled with an unsettling stillness. Malik can hear the faint rustling of leaves in the trees as he gets closer, and the woman's distressed breathing becomes louder. He's never seen her before, but something about the way she's lying there, struggling to breathe, instantly sends a chill down his spine. His heart races, and his mind starts to race with questions. Is she alive? What happened? Should he call for help? The woman, wearing a light blue dress, is struggling to breathe. Her body collapsed on the wooden planks of the outdoor patio. Her skin is pale, and she looks like she's in immense pain. Malik can see her chest rising and falling with shallow breaths, but it's clear she needs help. Her body is twisted at an odd angle, and she isn't moving. Malik's pulse quickens, but he doesn't hesitate. He's been through a lot in his life, and despite his age, he knows what it means to act fast in a crisis. He's seen the local paramedics respond to emergencies in his neighborhood, and he's learned a lot by watching them. But nothing has prepared him for this moment. Malik rushes toward her, his heart racing as he sees her condition. "Ma'am, are you okay?" he asks, his voice filled with concern. He kneels beside her, trying to stay calm. He looks for signs of movement, something to let him know that she's still conscious, still with him. But her eyes are closed, and she's barely making a sound save for the labored gasps for air. Malik feels a sense of panic rising in his chest, but he knows he has to stay composed. If he loses his head now, he could make things worse. The woman, gasping for air, tries to speak but can only mutter, "Please help." Her voice is weak, but there's a pleading quality to it that makes Malik's stomach turn. He can see the desperation in her eyes as she struggles to get the words out. Her lips are cracked, and her breath is shallow. It's clear she's in a medical emergency, and Malik knows he doesn't have time to waste. He immediately springs into action, his mind racing as he recalls what he's seen the paramedics do in similar situations. He checks her pulse, but it's weak. He knows he has to do something quickly, or it might be too late. Remembering what he'd learned from watching the local paramedics, Malik takes a deep breath and calls 911, trying to remain as calm as possible. His voice is steady as he gives the dispatcher the details. There's a woman here. She's not breathing well, and I think she's passed out. She's on the ground near a big house. Please hurry. He listens to the dispatcher's instructions, repeating the address and trying to stay focused. When he hangs up, he turns back to the woman. He's not sure what to do next, but he knows he has to act quickly. He begins to perform CPR, his hands trembling as he presses on her chest. He's seen this done before, but actually doing it feels different. The pressure of the moment weighs heavily on him, but he doesn't stop. Every second counts. With each compression, he hopes for the best, praying that his actions will make a difference. His heart pounds in his chest as he counts, not allowing himself to get distracted. Time seems to stretch, but finally, after what feels like an eternity, the woman's chest rises and falls with a shaky breath. As the paramedics arrive, Malik steps back, his body trembling with adrenaline. The woman is stabilized, and the paramedics take over, moving with efficiency as they check her condition. Malik watches as they work, unsure of what's next, but feeling a deep sense of relief that he was able to act in time. His hands are still shaking, and his heart is still pounding in his chest. He doesn't know what will happen to the woman, but he knows that he did everything he could. The feeling of adrenaline begins to fade, replaced with a sense of exhaustion and disbelief. He saved her. He was the one who acted when no one else did. But he doesn't fully realize yet that this single act of kindness will lead to something much bigger, a reward that will change his life forever. Have you ever acted quickly to help someone in need? How did it make you feel? The next day, word spreads fast about Malik's heroic act, but not everyone is impressed. Malik never expected his actions to be met with such a mixture of praise and criticism. The buzz around his good deeds starts in his neighborhood, where everyone knows everyone's business. At first, the whispers are harmless, neighbors stopping to congratulate him, telling him that what he did was brave. But soon, the tone changes. Some of the wealthier residents in the neighborhood start asking questions. Some even cast judgment on him based on the color of his skin. "What's a black kid like him doing in a place like that?" one neighbor mutters. "Probably just trying to get money out of them." The words sting, but Malik forces himself to stay composed. He's never been able to control what other people think of him, but for some reason, these comments hit harder than usual. He can feel their eyes on him as he walks through the neighborhood, and he wonders if anyone will ever see him for who he truly is. "He's just a poor kid," another whispers, as Malik passes by, his voice dripping with judgment. "They probably think they're helping him, but it's all about the money, right?" The implication that Malik was only trying to take advantage of the situation feels unfair and wrong. He saved a life. Yet here he is, being judged and scrutinized for reasons he can't control. Some of the people in Malik's neighborhood praise him, but many of the wealthier residents question his motives. "Why would someone like her trust a boy like that?" one asks, their voice full of disbelief. The woman he helped, the one he saved, is wealthy and well-known in the community, and some people simply can't understand why she would rely on a kid from the neighborhood, someone they view as beneath her. It's as though his actions don't matter. All they see is his skin color. To them, Malik's kindness doesn't come from a place of genuine heroism. It's just another story for gossip, another reason to question his intentions. They won't ever understand that he was just doing what anyone would do in a life-or-death situation, regardless of his background. Malik overhears the judgment and it stings. He saved the woman's life, but all people see is his skin color, not his bravery. He thinks back to the moment when he rushed toward the woman, the adrenaline pumping through his veins as he worked to save her. He acted out of instinct, never considering that his race might be a factor in how people perceived him afterward. But the more the rumors spread, the more he begins to doubt himself. He starts questioning whether he did the right thing by accepting the woman's gratitude, wondering if people would judge him differently if they knew he was just doing the right thing. The hurtful comments begin to haunt him. He never asked for any recognition, but now he finds himself questioning what his actions truly meant in the eyes of those around him. Even his classmates at school give him strange looks, gossiping about whether he deserved the woman's gratitude or if he was just looking for handouts. The whispers in the hallways make it difficult for Malik to focus on his schoolwork. Some of the other kids ask him if he's really deserving of such an award, or if he was just trying to use the situation for his benefit. The judgment feels heavier here, too, in the place where he is supposed to find solace from the harsh realities of the world. The one place where he thought he could escape from prejudice and scrutiny seems just as judgmental as the neighborhood he's trying to leave behind. The gossip spreads further, and Malik realizes that no matter how hard he tries to prove his worth, there will always be people who see him through the lens of his race instead of his actions. He's been taught that helping others and doing the right thing will always be enough. But now, he sees that it isn't that simple. The world doesn't always work that way. But even as the whispers continue, Malik holds on to the one thing no one can take from him, his integrity. He knows in his heart that he did the right thing, and while others may judge him, he refuses to let their prejudice define who he is. How would you respond if people judged you for doing something good just because of your background or appearance? The very next day, a sleek Ferrari pulls up to Malik's apartment building. The roar of the engine breaks the morning calm, a stark contrast to the quiet, familiar surroundings of his neighborhood. Malik stands at the window, staring out, unsure of what to make of the scene. He watches as the car stops in front of the building, its polished exterior glinting in the sun. The car is a sharp contrast to the run-down buildings and narrow alleyways that surround the apartment complex, and Malik can't help but feel a sense of disbelief. What's a car like that doing here? Who could possibly be in it? His mind races with questions as he watches. The car stops in front of the building, and Malik, still unsure of what to expect, walks outside. His heart pounds as he approaches the car. He's never seen anything like it before. As he gets closer, the car door opens, and a sharply dressed driver steps out. The man looks like he belongs in a different world, one where money is never a concern. He smiles at Malik, but his expression remains professional. The driver doesn't say much, just handing Malik a large envelope. The air feels thick with anticipation, as Malik hesitates for a moment, unsure of what to do. This is all happening too fast for him to fully process. The driver doesn't say much, but Malik notices the license plate, H4W Thorne. His heart skips a beat. Mrs. Sinclair, he recognizes the name instantly. The woman he saved. The woman who, against all expectations, had trusted him. Malik's mind spins. Why is she sending him something? Why is it coming through this driver, in this car? His hands shake slightly as he takes the envelope from the driver, feeling the weight of it in his hands. He looks at the driver, trying to read his expression, but the man's face is unreadable. The driver only nods, then gets back into the car, silently waiting. Malik stands there, holding the envelope. As the Ferrari pulls away, its engine revving before disappearing down the street. The envelope contains a check for $500,000, along with a note from Mrs. Sinclair. For your bravery and heart, the future is yours to shape. Malik's hands tremble as he reads the note. $500,000. He blinks, reading the words again to make sure he hasn't misread them. He stares at the check for a moment, unable to believe what he's seeing. He never asked for this. He never expected anything in return for saving the woman's life. All he did was what he thought was the right thing to do, what anyone would do in that situation. But here it is. Money, a lot of money, more than Malik could have ever imagined. It feels surreal, almost too much to handle. He looks up at the sky, trying to collect himself. Shocked, Malik stands there for a moment, staring at the check. He can feel the weight of it, but his thoughts are a blur. What does this mean for him? What should he do with this money? As he stands there, lost in thought, the driver's voice echoes in his head. He tries to focus, but the shock of the situation is overwhelming. What happens next? But the real surprise is when the driver opens the trunk of the Ferrari, revealing large bags full of cash. $200,000 in cash. Malik stares in disbelief as the driver pulls open the trunk, revealing bundles of cash, all neatly stacked. It's as if the world has just opened up to him in a way he never thought possible. The money seems endless, and Malik's mind races with the possibilities. He reaches for the bags, but his hands stop just short. He can't believe this is happening to him. This can't be real. This is for your future, Don't let anyone tell you that you don't belong, the driver says before driving away, leaving Malik and his mother speechless. The words sink in, and Malik feels a sense of responsibility wash over him. This money, this opportunity, isn't just for him, it's for his future, and for the future of everyone in his community. The driver's words stick with him, echoing in his mind. He stands there for a moment, not knowing what to say or do. His life is about to change, and he realizes that this is just the beginning. Malik and his mother stand there, overwhelmed by what's just happened. The weight of the moment settles in. His life has been forever changed. What will he do with it? How will he use the gift he's been given? There's no turning back now. What would you do if you were suddenly given a large amount of money out of the blue? As Malik and his mother bask in their newfound wealth, the whispers of judgment grow louder. Malik's mind is constantly spinning with the changes happening around him. But, with each step forward, the weight of other people's opinions seems to pull him back. He's never had so much money, never been in a position where he could actually dream of a better future. But now that it's all real, it feels he doesn't know what to make of the reactions from the people around him. Some people congratulate him, proud of his bravery, while others, those who don't know him as well, question the legitimacy of the reward. Some suggest that the reward is a bribe or a charity donation to make up for his background, as if he doesn't deserve it simply because of where he comes from. Even Malik's own family feels conflicted. "Why would she give you all that money, Jay?" asks, casting a suspicious glance. Malik can see the doubt in his cousin's eyes, and it stings. He knows his family loves him, but they don't fully understand why someone so rich and powerful would offer him such a large sum. To them, it feels too good to be true. Malik tries to explain that Mrs. Sinclair isn't doing this out of pity, but the uncertainty in his cousin's voice makes him second-guess himself. Maybe it does seem too good to be true. Maybe the whole thing is a setup. But Malik knows deep down that what he did for Mrs. Sinclair wasn't about money. He did it because it was the right thing to do. Malik wonders whether people will ever believe his good intentions, or whether he'll always be seen as the poor black boy who got lucky. He tries not to let it bother him, but with each passing day, the doubt grows. Why can't people just see that his actions came from the heart? That he didn't act for the money or recognition? It's painful to think that no matter how hard he tries, some will always reduce him to the label of lucky. He saved a life. He did something that most people wouldn't have the courage to do. But because of his background, his skin color, the world doesn't seem to give him the credit he deserves. Even as the check and the cash continue to change their lives, Malik can't escape the feeling that some people will never see him as more than his skin color. It's hard to swallow the truth, but he realizes that the judgment won't stop. Some will always assume that his success came from luck or charity rather than his own actions. Even his own family, people who know him best, have doubts. It's as though the weight of his race outweighs the weight of his courage. He's worked so hard to get to this point, and yet he feels as if he'll always be seen as the poor black boy who got lucky. It's frustrating, but Malik knows that he can't control how others perceive him. But deep down, Malik knows that no matter how much wealth or success he gains, some people will never understand his story. They'll always look at him as the boy from the neighborhood who got lucky. His value, to them, is tied to his background, not his actions. But Malik refuses to let that hold him back. He understands that the world may never fully accept him or his story, but he also knows that his worth isn't determined by what others think of him. It's determined by who he is, what he's done, and what he will continue to do. His bravery, his heart, and his character are what matter most. How would you respond if you were judged for doing something good just because of your background or appearance? Do you think it's possible to be truly rewarded for doing the right thing, or is there always a catch? With the money, Malik begins to invest in his education, enrolling in a private school and hiring tutors to help him reach his academic potential. For the first time, Malik feels like he has the tools to succeed. The struggles of his past, the limitations imposed by his environment, no longer feel as insurmountable. He works hard to catch up in his studies, using the resources at his disposal to push himself farther than he ever thought possible. He knows that this is his chance to build a better life for himself and his mother, and he's determined not to waste it. His tutors are patient, helping him fill in the gaps that he missed during his years in a struggling public school. Malik's mind is sharp, and he catches up quickly, learning skills that will open doors for him in the future. It's not just about passing exams. It's about expanding his world, seeing the possibilities that lie ahead. The Ferrari money, along with Mrs. Sinclair's help, allows him to escape the struggles of his old life. But he stays grounded, using his newfound wealth to give back to the community. Malik could easily have chosen to spend the money on luxuries, to indulge in things he had once dreamed of but never had. But instead, he decides to focus on the bigger picture. He knows that the only way to truly escape the cycle of poverty is not just to help himself, but to help others along the way. He starts by contributing to community programs, helping build after-school initiatives for children who, like him, grew up in underprivileged neighborhoods. His involvement is hands-on, and he spends time mentoring younger kids, sharing his story and showing them that success is possible, even if it feels out of reach. Malik also starts a scholarship fund to help other kids from his neighborhood get an education and make something of themselves. He knows how hard it can be for kids in their community to get ahead, and he wants to make sure that the doors that were open for him stay open for others. The scholarship is a small step, but it's one that grows over time. Malik encourages others to contribute, using his platform as a successful entrepreneur to raise funds and awareness. His scholarship doesn't just provide money, it provides hope. The kids who receive it know that someone believes in them, and that belief is often the key to unlocking their potential. He realizes that the true value of the reward is not in the money, but in the opportunity to create a better future. Money, fame, or success alone can never be the true measure of wealth. Malik understands that the true value lies in how one uses their success to make a difference in the world. His journey has taught him that, and now he's determined to teach others the same. By helping those who are struggling to build a better life for themselves, Malik has found a deeper purpose in his work. The money and accolades are just the beginning. What truly matters is how he uses them to pay it forward. How do you think Malik's story will inspire other young people who face adversity every day? Years later, Malik returns to his old neighborhood, a successful and empowered young man, to speak at a youth conference. The event is held at the community center, a place he spent many days at during his childhood. As he walks into the building, the memories flood back. The walls, once covered in graffiti and broken windows, now stand fresh with a new coat of paint. The young people gathered there remind him of himself at their age, full of dreams but unsure of how to make them a reality. He sees the same glimmers of hope in their eyes that he once had, and it fills him with a sense of purpose. He knows this is where he belongs. This is the place that shaped him, and now he's here to give back. He shares his story, reminding the next generation that even when others doubt you, kindness and courage can change everything. Malik stands at the podium, his heart swelling with pride and nervousness. He looks out over the crowd of young faces, each one eager to hear what he has to say. As he begins speaking, the room grows silent. He talks about his life, his struggles, and the moment that changed everything. He tells them about the woman he saved, about the money he received, but most importantly, he talks about the lessons he learned. He speaks of how easy it is to let the world tell you who you are, how easy it is to be defined by where you come from, or the color of your skin. But he also tells them that none of that matters. What matters is the strength you find within yourself, the courage to do what's right, no matter the consequences. His words resonate deeply with the young people in the crowd, inspiring them to push through their own struggles and fight for their dreams. As he speaks, Malik can see the expressions on their faces change. Some of them sit up straighter, their eyes wide with understanding. Others nod, as if they're hearing something they've never heard before. Malik knows that they're beginning to see their own potential, just as he did years ago. He talks about his path from a poor neighborhood to a private school, from struggles with self-doubt to finding the strength to pursue his education. He tells them that the road will be hard, that they will face obstacles, but that they have the power to overcome them. The crowd is captivated by his words, and Malik feels a deep sense of fulfillment. This is what he's been working for. This is what it's all about. Malik looks around, knowing that his life has been forever changed by one act of kindness, and now he's passing that change on to others. As he wraps up his speech, he feels a deep sense of gratitude for the opportunities he's been given, and for the chance to help others like him. He knows that his story isn't just about success, it's about lifting others up, making sure that they have the chance to succeed too. He sees the potential in each of them, and he knows that they are capable of achieving greatness, just as he has. As the applause fills the room, Malik feels the weight of what he's accomplished. It's not just about the money or the recognition. It's about making a difference, one person at a time. He walks off the stage, his heart full, knowing that this moment will stay with him forever. Malik's story will live on in the hearts of those who heard it today, inspiring the next generation to be bold, to be kind, and to never stop fighting for their dreams. They, too, will pass on the lesson of kindness, and it will ripple out into the world, just as it did for Malik. And so, the cycle continues, a legacy of change, of hope, and of giving back to the community that shaped him. It's not just about success. It's about changing lives, one act of kindness at a time. What do you think is the biggest lesson Malik learned throughout his journey? Location: United States City, Los Angeles. Hook: what happens when a young boy living in a world of struggle steps in to save a woman's life and fixes her car in a moment of crisis? His act of heroism leads to a reward that will completely alter his future. Malik Carter, a 10-year-old black boy, lives in a rundown apartment complex in downtown Los Angeles. The walls of his apartment building are cracked and peeling, a visual reminder of the struggle his family faces. The streets outside are constantly buzzing with the sounds of traffic, honking horns, and the chatter of people walking by. His neighborhood is filled with graffiti-covered walls and broken streetlights. He can always hear the hum of the city, never quite quiet, always loud and chaotic. The area isn't what most people would call safe, and the ever-present threat of violence, crime, and poverty looms over it like a shadow. His family struggles to get by, often scraping together just enough money for food and rent. Malik and his mother live on the edge, never knowing when things will get better or worse, but they try to hold on to hope. His mother works long hours, and Malik helps her by taking care of errands and doing odd jobs for neighbors. They don't have much, but Malik doesn't complain. He's learned to make do with what he has, and is determined not to let the circumstances define his future. Malik's world is a stark contrast to the sleek luxury cars and expensive homes that surround the area. Despite his surroundings, Malik holds on to a dream. One day, he'll escape the struggles of his current life. He looks out over the wealthier neighborhoods with longing, wondering what it would be like to live in a world where everything comes easy, no need to worry about bills or whether there will be enough food on the table tonight. He often finds himself walking through these affluent areas, gazing at the tall, pristine homes with their manicured lawns and the shiny cars that line the streets. Sometimes he imagines that one day he could live like this. But for now, it feels like an impossible dream. One afternoon, while walking home after school, Malik notices a black luxury car swerving on the road. It's an expensive, sleek vehicle with a shiny black exterior. The car screeches to a halt, narrowly missing a crash. But it's clear something's wrong. The driver, an elegant woman, is trying to regain control, but the car won't start. Malik feels a mix of worry and curiosity as he watches. This car is nothing like the old beat-up ones in his neighborhood. It's a symbol of a world far removed from his own, a world of wealth, privilege, and ease. But now, it's broken down, and Malik feels a sudden pull to help. He doesn't know why. Maybe it's because he's seen broken-down cars before. Or maybe it's because he knows what it's like to be stuck in a situation you can't control. Either way, Malik knows he can't just walk away. Malik rushes toward the car, unaware that his act of kindness will soon change the course of his life. As he approaches the car, he sees the woman's face. She looks distressed, her hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, trying to figure out what went wrong. He feels a strange sense of urgency. What if something worse happens to her? What if she's stuck here for hours, unable to fix it? Without thinking twice, Malik steps forward, his voice filled with determination. He asks, "Ma'am, do you need help?" He's not sure if he can fix the car, but he's willing to try. The woman looks at him with skepticism, unsure whether he knows what he's doing. She seems hesitant, but there's something about the way Malik speaks that makes her wonder if he could help. What would you do if you had the chance to help someone, even if it meant stepping into danger? As Malik nears the car, he sees a woman slumped unconscious in the driver's seat. Smoke rises from under the hood, and it's clear that the car is on fire. The sound of the fire crackling is loud in his ears, the heat radiating from the engine as the flames grow stronger. Malik's heart races, and his thoughts are a blur. He knows that every second counts. He can't just stand there and watch. This isn't like any other emergency he's seen before. This isn't just a broken-down car. It's an actual fire, and the woman inside might be in danger. Malik feels his chest tighten, his breath catching in his throat as he assesses the situation. He glances over at the approaching police cars, Their sirens blaring, but they're still too far to help immediately. The seconds feel like hours as he weighs his options. Malik knows he has to act fast. He's seen enough emergency situations to know that in these moments, hesitation can mean the difference between life and death. He takes a deep breath, trying to steady his nerves, but his hands are shaking with adrenaline. He can feel the heat from the engine now, and the thick smoke is starting to make his eyes water. The fear in his chest grows, but so does his determination. He looks at the woman's limp body, and something inside him snaps. He can't leave her there to suffocate or burn. Without thinking twice, Malik rushes toward the car. Malik quickly opens the car door, carefully checks the woman for injuries, and gently pulls her from the seat. His hands shake with adrenaline, but his focus is sharp. He's not a trained paramedic, but he knows enough to assess her condition. He can see she's breathing, but it's shallow, her skin pale and clammy to the touch. She's disoriented, likely from the smoke, but she's alive. Malik's heart beats faster as he lifts her, cradling her in his arms. Every muscle in his body aches with the effort, but he doesn't let go. He knows that getting her to safety is his only priority. The woman, wearing a white tank top and denim shorts, is limp in Malik's arms. She feels light, almost weightless, but her condition is far from good. Malik doesn't stop to think about how much time has passed, how dangerous the situation is. He just focuses on getting her to safety. He stumbles slightly as he hoists her up, ignoring the thick smoke from the burning engine, his legs shaking from the effort. The smoke burns his throat, but he doesn't let up. "Ma'am, stay with me," he says, trying to rouse her. His voice is steady, even though his own fear is rising. He calls out again, more urgently this time, "Stay with me. Help is coming." Her face is pale and her breathing is shallow, but Malik doesn't give up. He pushes forward, each step bringing them closer to safety. With all his strength, he carries her to a safe distance from the car, careful not to drop her. His arms are trembling now, the weight of her body a constant reminder of the danger they're in. He's exhausted, but he keeps moving, his feet pounding the pavement as he puts more distance between them and the burning car. Police officers approach quickly, their sirens wailing as they arrive on the scene. But Malik is already on the move, ensuring the woman is as safe as possible. He's not thinking about the police, not thinking about the attention or recognition. He's thinking about getting her out of harm's way. The police officers rush to take over, but Malik stays by the woman's side, watching as they administer aid. The sound of their voices fades into the background, and Malik's heart finally begins to slow. He did it. He saved her. But more importantly, he proved to himself that he had the courage to act when it mattered most. As Malik stands back, catching his breath, he overhears the murmurs of the bystanders watching the scene unfold. The smoke from the car fire still lingers in the air, adding to the tension that Malik can feel creeping up on him. The woman he helped is now safe, and the police are beginning to assess the situation. But Malik's attention is drawn to the words of the crowd. The murmurs grow louder, the whispers of judgment reaching his ears. He tries to ignore them, to focus on what he's just done, but it's impossible. The harsh words float in the air, thick with suspicion and doubt. He can feel the weight of their eyes on him, judging him not for his actions, but for who he is. Did he cause the accident? It's just like them to make trouble, one person whispers, eyeing Malik suspiciously. The voice is low, but the contempt is clear. Malik feels his chest tighten, his stomach churning as the words sink in. What did they mean by that? Why would anyone assume that he caused the accident just because of the color of his skin? The accusation feels like a slap in the face, like all the good he's just done is suddenly null and void. To some, it doesn't matter that he saved a life. All they see is his race. Why would a kid like him be anywhere near that fancy car? Another mutters, their voice filled with skepticism. The tone is dismissive, almost disgusted. Malik's jaw tightens as he hears the comment. Why is it so hard for people to see him as more than just a stereotype? Why does his presence in a wealthy neighborhood feel like an anomaly to them? Malik tries to shake off the feeling, but it lingers. The judgment feels suffocating. It's as if he can't do anything right in their eyes, no matter what he accomplishes. Malik's chest tightens as he hears the whispers, the weight of racism hanging in the air. Despite his heroic act, all people see is his skin color. It's not the first time he's felt like this, and he knows it won't be the last. Growing up in his neighborhood, Malik has learned to expect this kind of treatment. He's used to being overlooked, dismissed, or even suspected, simply because of the color of his skin. But it doesn't make it any easier to bear. This moment should have been about him doing something good, something right. But instead, it's overshadowed by the bias and prejudice that people have against him before they even know him. The police officers give Malik strange looks, questioning whether he was responsible for the accident, even though he saved the woman. "What's a kid like you doing here?" one officer asks, eyeing him with suspicion. Malik feels the sting of their judgment, the way they look at him as if he doesn't belong. He saved a life, but instead of gratitude or even just respect, he's met with questions and doubt. He can feel the tension in the air, the unspoken question lingering. Why would someone like him be in this situation at all? Malik feels the sting of their judgment, despite knowing he was the one who helped. The bias in the air is palpable, and it's clear that, to some, his good deed doesn't matter because of the color of his skin. His hands tremble slightly as he stands there, trying to steady himself. He can't control the way they see him, but it doesn't make it any less painful. He did the right thing. He acted out of kindness and bravery, but to some, that doesn't count. They'll always see him through the lens of his race, not his actions. And that thought stings more than anything. Have you ever been judged or suspected of something because of your appearance? How did it feel? The next day, Malik is shocked when a sleek Ferrari pulls up in front of his apartment building. The car's engine purrs softly as it comes to a stop, its glossy black exterior gleaming in the sunlight. Malik stares at the vehicle in disbelief. He's used to seeing expensive cars on TV or in magazines, but never in his neighborhood. His heart races as he steps out onto the sidewalk, wondering who would drive such a car to a place like this. Could it be a mistake? Who would come to this part of the city in something so luxurious? The Ferrari's arrival feels out of place, almost surreal. He stands there for a moment, unsure of what to do, but the driver's arrival brings him back to the present moment. The driver steps out and hands Malik an envelope with a note from Mrs. Emily Sinclair, the woman he saved. The driver is well dressed, a sharp contrast to the streets around them. He looks at Malik with a brief, polite nod before handing him the envelope. The gesture is professional, and Malik's mind races with questions. What's this about? Why is the woman he helped sending something to him? What could she possibly want to thank him for? Malik's hands tremble as he takes the envelope, confusion and excitement flooding his mind. He opens it cautiously, almost afraid of what he might find. The note reads, thank you for saving my life. I will never forget what you did for me." Malik's heart skips a beat as he reads the words. He wasn't expecting this. He never wanted anything in return for what he did. He had just acted on instinct, but this note, a simple thank you, was more than enough. He can't help but feel a sense of pride swelling in his chest. But that's not all. His fingers tremble as he turns the envelope over and pulls out a key, one he can hardly believe. But when the driver opens the Ferrari's trunk, Malik is stunned. Inside are keys to a luxury car dealership, along with a $1 million check for him and his family. The sight takes his breath away. The keys are not just for any car. They are for a luxury car dealership, a place where dreams like his can come true. Malik stares at the check, the number on it almost too large to comprehend. $1 million. His mouth goes dry. He's never seen that much money in his life, let alone held it in his hands. His hands are shaking now, the weight of the moment sinking in. This is a dream. This can't be real. The note continues. You deserve more than just my gratitude. This dealership is now yours. Your future is in your hands. Malik can hardly believe what he's reading. A luxury car dealership? His dream of escaping his difficult life just became a reality. He's worked so hard, and now, out of nowhere, it seems like everything he's ever dreamed of is within his grasp. He looks at the keys, then at the check again, unsure whether to believe his eyes. He's still trying to process it, still trying to understand why someone would give him such an incredible gift. It feels too good to be true, but he knows that this is no mistake. This is his chance, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to change his life, his family's life, and the future of his community. Malik stands there, speechless, as the driver waits patiently. His mind races with thoughts of what to do next. He has the keys to something bigger than himself now, an opportunity to change everything. His heart pounds in his chest as he thinks about his family, the struggles they've faced, and the future that is now possible for them. This isn't just about wealth. It's about a chance to escape the life they've been trapped in. It's a chance to help others, to provide opportunities to people who have never had a chance to dream like this. Malik can hardly believe it, but at the same time he knows one thing for sure. His life is about to change forever. What would you do if you were suddenly given such a huge opportunity? Would you accept it, or would you feel overwhelmed? As Malik's family begins to adjust to their new life, Malik faces a mix of emotions. The $1 million check and the keys to the car dealership have brought his family financial freedom, but Malik finds himself grappling with an unfamiliar sense of discomfort. He had always dreamed of a life like this, of escaping the struggle he had been born into. Yet now that he's living that dream, doubts creep in. He tries to shake off the feeling, but it lingers like a shadow in the back of his mind. Why would she give this to me? He wonders, staring at the check again. What's the catch? The questions loop in his mind, and no matter how much he tries to convince himself that he deserves this opportunity, he can't seem to quiet the doubts. He never expected anything in return for helping the woman. But this gift feels like more than just a thank you. It feels like a responsibility. The weight of it feels almost too heavy to bear, especially considering where he comes from. Can someone like him really handle all of this? Some people from his old neighborhood praise him, but others question whether it's truly his to keep. They wonder if he's even capable of managing a luxury car dealership or whether it was all some sort of charity. A black kid with a car dealership? What's really going on here? one neighbor asks, his voice tinged with skepticism. Malik hears the comment, and though it stings, he tries not to let it show. He knows that in some ways the people from his old neighborhood are just as surprised as he is. But it still hurts. They don't know how hard he's worked to get to this point. They don't see the years of sacrifice, the hours of laboring away to help his mother, or the dreams he held on to when everything seemed impossible. Malik starts to wonder if he will always be seen as the kid who got lucky rather than the one who earned it. The more he thinks about it, the more he realizes that it's not just the people from his old neighborhood who question him. It's himself. He had always been the underdog, the one everyone overlooked or underestimated. And now that he's been given this incredible opportunity, he wonders if he truly deserves it. The imposter syndrome starts to creep in. What if they're right? What if he's not capable of running a business like this? What if he fails and disappoints everyone, including himself? The fear is paralyzing. Malik stands in front of the mirror, staring at his reflection, and he can't shake the feeling that he's out of place in this new life. The luxury cars, the $1 million check, the new house, it all feels like a dream, but one that's impossible to fully embrace. How can someone like him, a kid from a rough neighborhood, be expected to step into a world that's so foreign to him? Even his family, as excited as they are about the new beginning, can see the weight on his shoulders. They try to reassure him, to tell him that he's earned every bit of it. But Malik can't help but feel like it's all too much. Despite his doubts, Malik knows that he can't let the fear hold him back. He has a chance to change his life, to change his family's life, and he can't waste it. He doesn't know exactly how to run a luxury car dealership, but he's smart, resourceful, and determined. He can learn. And for the first time in a long time, Malik feels a spark of hope. The road ahead won't be easy, but he's ready to face it. He's ready to prove to himself and everyone around him that he deserves this opportunity. How do you think people are more likely to question a reward or opportunity given to someone from a marginalized background? Why? Malik decides to embrace the opportunity, realizing that the dealership isn't just a symbol of wealth. It's a chance to change his future and help others in his community. For years, Malik had dreamed of a life different from the one he was born into. He had always hoped for a way out, a way to lift his family from the struggles they'd been enduring. But even as that dream seemed so far away, he kept pushing, kept working, and kept believing. And now, with the keys to the luxury car dealership in his hand, that dream is no longer out of reach. It's right in front of him. But with that dream comes a responsibility, a realization that this is no longer just about him. He's not just looking to improve his own life. He has a chance to change the lives of others in his community as well. For the first time, Malik feels like he has the power to create lasting change, not only for himself, but for others who've faced the same struggles he has. With guidance from Mrs. Sinclair, who mentors him through the ins and outs of running the business, Malik starts building his dream. Mrs. Sinclair has been a steady presence in his life since the moment he helped her, offering him invaluable advice and helping him navigate the complexities of business ownership. As she walks him through the practical side of the dealership, Malik begins to understand that success isn't just about hard work. It's about strategy, knowledge, and knowing when to take risks. With her mentorship, Malik is slowly becoming not only the owner of a luxury car dealership, but also a young businessman with the potential to change the industry. But even as he learns the ropes, Malik knows that he can't do this alone. He reaches out to the people in his community, many of whom are struggling like he once did, and begins to create a network of support. He hires people from his neighborhood, giving them jobs and a chance to break the cycle of poverty. His goal is clear: to not just run a successful business, but to create opportunities for others. He uses part of his newfound wealth to create scholarships for kids in his neighborhood, giving them the same chance he was given. Malik knows that education is the key to breaking free from the limitations of the past. He wants to make sure that the children in his community have access to the same opportunities he has. He sets up a scholarship fund, ensuring that deserving students can pursue their dreams, whether in college, trade schools, or other professional programs. The idea is simple: give them the tools they need to succeed, so they can build a better future for themselves and their families. As he speaks with parents in the neighborhood, offering them a glimpse of hope and opportunity, Malik begins to realize that his success is not just about his wealth, it's about the legacy he leaves behind. He starts thinking beyond himself, imagining how many lives he can touch with the opportunities he now has at his disposal. Despite the biases and challenges, Malik proves that one moment of kindness can spark a chain of events that changes the course of a life forever. It was that one moment when he helped Mrs. Sinclair, a stranger in need, that set everything in motion. It was that one act of kindness that changed the trajectory of his life and put him on a path to success. But as Malik looks around at the people in his community, he knows that his work is just beginning. There is still much to be done. His journey is just starting, and he's determined to keep pushing forward, no matter the obstacles. He knows that success is not guaranteed, and there will always be people who try to tear him down or question his worth. But he's ready for that challenge. He's ready to fight for the future he wants, for himself, his family, and his community. What would you do if you had the chance to help others in the same way? Years later, Malik stands at the podium at a community event, sharing his story with young people from his neighborhood. The room is filled with eager faces, eyes filled with hope and curiosity. Some have come from similar backgrounds, while others are still learning what it takes to overcome adversity. Malik, now older and more confident, looks out at the crowd, remembering how far he's come and how different his life was when he was in their shoes. It wasn't easy, but it was one he embraced. And now, standing here in front of these young people, he feels a deep sense of fulfillment. He's made it, but the real reward isn't just the success he's achieved. It's knowing that his story can inspire others to believe in themselves, just like he once had to. Your circumstances don't define you. It's your choices, your actions, and your heart that will shape your future, Malik says to the crowd, his voice steady, but filled with conviction. His words come from the heart. He's lived them, and now he's passing them on. The audience listens intently, some nodding, others leaning forward as if absorbing each word like it holds the key to their own future. It's not just the speech that captivates them, but the authenticity in his voice. The message resonates with them because they know he's lived it. He isn't just telling them what they want to hear. He's telling them the truth, the lessons he's learned through his struggles and triumphs. His life, once filled with hardship, has become a symbol of what's possible when you refuse to let your circumstances control your destiny. The crowd erupts in applause. inspired by Malik's journey and the lessons he's learned about perseverance, kindness, and seizing opportunity. The sound of clapping fills the room, but for Malik, it's not the applause he values most. It's the realization that his words have made a difference. As he looks out at the faces of the young people, he sees more than just admiration. He sees the spark of inspiration, the beginning of a change. They see in him what they might one day become. The journey he's taken, the obstacles he's overcome, and the opportunities he's seized are now a part of their vision of what's possible. Malik knows that his story is not just about him. It's about the power of hope and the courage to fight for something better. As Malik walks off the stage, he looks out at the faces of the next generation, knowing that his story will inspire them to reach for their dreams, no matter the obstacles in their way. The applause still rings in his ears, but what matters most is that the seed of possibility has been planted in these young minds. They might not see it yet, but Malik knows that each one of them has the potential to overcome the struggles they face, just as he did. His journey is a reminder that no matter where you start, with the right mindset, determination, and support, you can change your future. And as Malik exits the stage, he's filled with a sense of pride, not just for what he's accomplished, but for the fact that he's passing on the legacy of hope to others. They will carry it forward, and in doing so, they'll shape the future in ways he may never fully understand. The journey is far from over, but Malik knows this is just the beginning for the next generation. They are ready to rise, and he will be there, cheering them on every step of the way. What change do you think Malik's story will inspire in others? United States, Los Angeles. A single moment of courage can shatter deep-seated prejudice. When a homeless black boy steps in to save a pregnant woman's life, he defies every expectation and changes everything for both of them. Malik Carter, a 12-year-old black boy, has lived his whole life on the streets of Los Angeles. He doesn't remember much about his family, only flashes of his early years when he was a baby. His family was torn apart when he was just a child, and he never knew the luxury of a stable home or loving parents. He was too young to understand why his mother left or why his father wasn't around. What he did know was that he had to survive. And in order to do that, he learned to fend for himself. He survives by doing odd jobs, looking for food and avoiding trouble. Life on the streets is hard, but it's the only life he's known. He's learned to navigate through the rough streets of Los Angeles, from finding the safest alleys to sleeping on park benches, to looking for discarded food. Everything is about survival, and every day is a struggle. He knows the harshness of life all too well, navigating the rough streets with nothing but the clothes on his back. His dirty shirt and pants are a testament to the struggle. His shoes are worn thin from walking long distances, and his hair is unkempt, a reminder of how little attention he's had for himself. Despite his circumstances, Malik's spirit is unbroken. He's learned that survival isn't just about finding food or shelter. It's about staying strong, keeping his head up, and not letting the world around him crush his hopes. He knows what it's like to feel invisible, to be ignored by the people with wealth and power. The world seems to pass him by, and yet he's still here. His resolve is stronger than ever, and he holds on to the belief that one day things will change for him. That belief is all he has left. One thing Malik always carries with him is a deep desire to escape this life. He dreams of a world where he's not judged by his skin color or background, a world where people don't look at him and automatically assume that he's nothing more than a product of his environment. He dreams of a place where he is seen for who he truly is, someone with potential, with a future that's worth fighting for. He often wonders what it would be like to be more than just a homeless boy, to have a life where he could sleep without worrying if he'll be robbed or forced to move in the middle of the night. He knows that the chance to escape is slim, but he can't help but dream. He wants to believe that there's more to life than the struggle he faces each day. He wants to believe that his destiny isn't just to survive, but to thrive. On one fateful afternoon, while passing by a luxury home, Malik witnesses an accident. A pregnant woman, battered and bleeding, is left for dead outside her mansion. The woman is lying on the ground, unconscious and in pain. Malik sees her and immediately recognizes the gravity of the situation. She is in distress, and without hesitation he runs toward her. In this moment, everything else fades away. He doesn't care about the risks, about what might happen next. All that matters is helping this woman. As he approaches, he notices that there's no one around to help. The area is quiet, and the woman is alone. Malik knows he might be the only one who can make a difference. He takes a deep breath and decides to act. He doesn't have the resources, the skills, or the knowledge of a trained professional, but he knows he has something that's even more important: the will to help. What would you do if you saw someone in danger, knowing you might be the only one who can help? Malik spots the woman lying motionless on the ground outside a luxurious mansion. Blood is pooling around her, and she appears to be pregnant, the sight making Malik's heart race. He feels a rush of adrenaline flood his body as he steps forward, every instinct screaming at him to help. The woman's body lies in a pool of red, and Malik's mind starts racing. He has to do something, anything, to save her. As he approaches cautiously, he's reminded of the survival skills he learned during his time living on the streets. He's seen his fair share of danger. But this is different. He knows that in this moment, he could be the difference between life and death. His pulse quickens as he assesses her condition, and he wonders how much time they have before it's too late. "Ma'am, stay with me," he says, his voice filled with urgency as he touches her neck, trying to find a pulse. His fingers press against her skin, feeling for any sign of life. For a moment, there's nothing. His breath catches in his throat as fear threatens to take over. But then she groans softly. It's a small sound, but it's enough. She's alive. He exhales, relieved, but he knows that doesn't mean she's safe. He still has to act. She groans again, but doesn't respond. Malik knows he has to act fast, so he rips a piece of his shirt to use as a makeshift bandage to stop the bleeding. His hands shake as he ties it tightly around the wound, trying to stem the flow of blood. It's not perfect, but it's all he has. He doesn't have the luxury of waiting for medical professionals to arrive. The sound of sirens grows louder in the distance, but Malik doesn't know if they'll make it in time. He has to take matters into his own hands. He holds her head gently, trying to comfort her as he speaks softly. "Don't close your eyes. You're gonna be okay." His words are as much for him as they are for her. Malik doesn't know if she can hear him, but he says them anyway. He needs to believe that everything will be okay. He needs to believe that he's doing the right thing, even if he doesn't know exactly what he's doing. The woman's eyes flutter open for a moment, and Malik can see the fear in her gaze. He knows that he's not just fighting for her life. He's fighting for the life of the child growing inside of her. In the background, Malik notices a small child, barely old enough to walk, standing nearby, watching the scene with wide eyes. The child is unaware of the gravity of the situation. The sight of the child only adds to Malik's determination. He can't afford to fail. He can't let this child lose their mother. As the child watches, Malik feels a renewed sense of urgency. The weight of the responsibility presses down on him, but he refuses to let it overwhelm him. He has to stay focused. He has to make sure that this woman and her child survive. Malik can't afford to hesitate. He continues applying pressure to her wound, ignoring the chaos around him as sirens blare in the distance. His heart beats fast as he holds the bandage in place, praying that the woman will hang on long enough for help to arrive. His hands are trembling, but he forces himself to stay steady. This is his moment, the moment where everything he's learned about survival on the streets has to come together. There's no time for doubt, no time for fear. He pushes it all aside as he focuses on the woman in front of him. The sirens get louder, and Malik's heart skips a beat. Help is almost here, but the fight isn't over yet. He can't stop now. He won't stop until she's safe. What would you do if you had to save someone's life with limited resources and little time? As the paramedics arrive and take over, Malik steps back, his heart still racing. The police cars pull up soon after, their flashing lights illuminating the scene. The loud wail of sirens and the bright flashing lights contrast sharply with the quiet and stillness of the street around them. Malik can feel the weight of the situation, the tension hanging thick in the air. He watches as the paramedics work quickly and efficiently, taking over where he left off. They seem to know what they're doing, but for Malik, it feels like the world has slowed down. His mind races as he tries to process everything that has just happened. He can't believe it. But at the same time, he knows that he did the right thing. He helped save a life. But as the police cars arrive, the atmosphere shifts. The flashing lights seem to shine only on him now, casting long shadows. The officers glance at Malik with suspicion, whispering among themselves. "Where did this kid come from? What's he doing here?" one asks, his tone harsh and accusatory. Malik's heart sinks as he hears the words. He saved that woman's life, and this is the thanks he gets? Just suspicion, just doubt. He feels exposed, like he's standing in front of a jury of strangers who've already made up their minds about him. His pulse quickens as he realizes that, despite his heroic actions, the officers are not here to praise him. They are here to question him. His clothes are torn, his face dirtied from the chaos of the moment. And to them, that's all that matters. He's just a kid off the street. Who knows what he's involved in? Another murmurs, eyeing Malik distrustfully. The words sting, cutting deep. He's heard these things before, time and time again. People who don't know him making assumptions based solely on his appearance. It's the same old story, the same old judgment. To them, he's nothing more than a kid from the wrong side of the tracks, a product of his environment. His heart aches, not from the physical exhaustion of the moment, but from the weight of the prejudice he faces even now. He saved a woman's life, but all they see is his skin color. All they see is what they want to see. Malik feels the sting of their judgment as they look at him with the same prejudice he faces every day. Despite saving a life, all they see is his skin color and his place in the world. His hands tremble as he stands there, unsure of what to say. His voice feels small against the weight of their stares. He opens his mouth to speak, but the words feel stuck. What's the point? He knows what they'll think. It's the same thing they've always thought about kids like him, people who live on the streets, people who don't belong in places like this. But he forces himself to speak anyway. I was just trying to help, Malik says quietly, his voice trembling, but his words are lost in the noise of the questioning officers. They don't hear him. Or if they do, it doesn't matter. They're already making up their minds about him. The world has taught Malik that people like him are always suspect, always to be watched. His actions, no matter how noble, are viewed through a lens of distrust. He tries not to let it get to him, but it's hard. It's hard not to feel like a stranger in his own skin, like nothing he does will ever be enough to change the way people see him. The woman's husband, a wealthy and arrogant businessman named Richard Sinclair, arrives at the scene. He immediately focuses on Malik, his tone cold and suspicious. "Why would you help her? What do you want from us?" he asks harshly. The accusation is clear in his voice, and Malik feels a wave of anger rise up inside him. But he holds it in, clenching his fists at his sides. He can't afford to lose control now. "I just wanted to make sure she was okay," Malik says firmly, refusing to back down. He stands tall, his shoulders square, and for a moment he feels like he's in control of something, even if it's just his own response. The suspicion, the judgment, they can't take that away from him. He knows he did the right thing. He doesn't need their approval to know that. How would you handle being judged for something you did with good intentions, simply because of who you are? The next day, Malik is contacted by a lawyer who represents the Sinclair family. He's told that Mr. Sinclair wants to meet him at his office. Malik feels a surge of nervous energy as the phone call ends. Why would the Sinclair family want to meet him? His mind races, but he tries to push the thoughts aside as he prepares himself for whatever might come next. He's been through so much, and the last thing he expected after saving someone's life was for things to take a turn like this. The streets have taught him to expect the unexpected, but this feels different. Something about this meeting has him uneasy, and he wonders if he's being set up for something he doesn't fully understand. He gathers his things and makes his way to the office, unsure of what to expect, his mind still reeling from the previous day's events. Malik arrives at the office building, the towering structure before him intimidating in its size and grandeur. He steps inside, unsure of what he's walking into. The lobby is sleek and polished, a far cry from the streets where he feels most comfortable. The receptionist directs him to an elevator, and he heads up to the top floor, feeling his stomach tighten with anxiety. When the elevator doors open, he's greeted by a large office space with floor-to-ceiling windows, revealing a breathtaking view of the city. And behind a massive desk sits Mr. Sinclair, his expression still cold, his face unreadable. The man's presence fills the room, and Malik feels small in comparison, but he stands tall, trying to maintain his composure. "I've been told you saved my wife's life," Mr. Sinclair says slowly, his voice even, with no hint of warmth. "I don't know what possessed you, but that was an incredible thing to do." The words hang in the air, and Malik feels a mix of emotions. He wasn't expecting gratitude, but the way Mr. Sinclair speaks, so distant, so formal, makes him feel like his actions don't matter. He wonders if the man even sees him for who he truly is, or if he's just another person who stepped into the life of the Sinclair family. Malik stands there, unsure of what to say. It's not like he did it for recognition. He wasn't looking for any kind of reward. "I was just trying to help," Malik says quietly, his voice steady, but his heart beats faster as he awaits Mr. Sinclair's reaction. Mr. Sinclair nods thoughtfully, then opens a drawer and pulls out a legal document. The weight of the moment presses down on Malik, his palms starting to sweat as he wonders what this is about. "I've decided to reward you for your actions," Mr. Sinclair says, his tone shifting slightly. "This is a transfer of ownership for my luxury car dealership. It's now yours." The words hit Malik like a freight train. He stares at the papers in disbelief, his mind trying to process what he's just heard. A luxury car dealership. This can't be real. He never asked for anything in return for his actions. He just did what he thought was right, and now he's being handed something that could change his life forever. His fingers tremble as he holds the document, staring at the words on the page. "What? Why? I didn't do it for the money," Malik says, his voice barely above a whisper. The thought of being given such a gift feels surreal. Mr. Sinclair's expression softens for a moment, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. "You don't understand," he explains, his voice gentler now. "My wife's life was saved by someone who has nothing. You showed her something she'd never seen: courage, kindness, and selflessness. This is my way of saying thank you." The sincerity in Mr. Sinclair's voice surprises Malik. He's not used to hearing words like that. He's used to people looking down on him, judging him for where he comes from, for who he is. But in this moment, Malik realizes that Mr. Sinclair sees something different in him, something more than just a kid from the streets. This is more than just a financial reward. It's an acknowledgement of the humanity Malik has shown when it mattered most. The room falls silent as Malik takes in the enormity of the offer. It's more than he ever thought he could dream of. But now that it's in front of him, he's not sure what to do with it. Does he deserve this? Is he really the person who can take on such a responsibility? What will the future hold if he accepts? The weight of the decision is immense, but deep down, Malik knows that this is a chance he can't ignore. He doesn't know what lies ahead, but for the first time in his life, he sees a possibility of something more, something better. And for the first time, he feels like he's truly seen for who he is. Would you accept a life-changing reward from someone who once judged you? Why or why not? Malik's life is forever altered as he becomes the proud owner of the luxury dealership. The weight of the responsibility sinks in as he looks around at the office and the cars on display, all symbols of success and wealth that once seemed out of reach. His heart races as he stands in the middle of his new world, a place he never imagined he would be. The dealership is now his, but the dream feels surreal. There's a part of Malik that wonders if he's truly ready for this, if he even belongs in this world of luxury and prestige. He feels like an outsider, but at the same time, he knows that this opportunity is his chance to prove something, to himself, to his family, and to the world. The first few days are a whirlwind of paperwork, meetings and phone calls, all of which leave Malik feeling overwhelmed. He's surrounded by people who know far more about the business world than he does, and the feeling of being out of his depth is suffocating. But he pushes through. He knows that he has a responsibility now, not just to himself, but to the people who have doubted him. And deep down, he knows that this opportunity could change everything. He can't let fear hold him back. He faces pressure from his community, some of whom question whether he truly deserves such a fortune. What's a kid like him doing owning a dealership? One person whispers. Malik hears the gossip, the murmurs of doubt, and each word stings. He never asked for this life, never sought out the wealth or status that the dealership represents. But it's his now, and that's something he has to reckon with. There's no denying that he doesn't look like someone who belongs in this world. He's not the polished businessman that most people expect to own a luxury car dealership. He's not like the others who grew up with opportunities handed to them. But that doesn't mean he isn't deserving. And yet, those whispers follow him everywhere, reminding him that some people will never see him for anything more than the kid he used to be. Even Malik's friends are unsure. You're not like them, Malik. You don't belong in that world, one of his closest friends warns. Malik feels the weight of those words. He's not sure what's worse, the judgment from strangers or the doubt from people who know him best. He never asked for the money, never sought the success that has come to him, but it's here now, and he has to decide what to do with it. He has to decide who he's going to be in this new world. Will he be the same kid from the streets, unsure of himself and his place in the world? Or will he rise above the doubt, proving that anyone, no matter their background, can make a difference? But Malik knows that this opportunity is about more than just money. It's about proving that anyone, no matter their background, can make a difference. It's about showing that people from communities like his are capable of success, of running businesses, of making meaningful contributions to society. He's not here just to fill a seat at the table. He's here to break down the barriers that exist between people like him and the opportunities that so many others take for granted. This dealership isn't just a business to Malik. It's a platform to change lives, to give others the same chances he never had. What would you do if you were given an opportunity that you didn't feel you were supposed to have? Malik begins to run the dealership with integrity, making sure that it offers opportunities to young people from underserved communities. It's a big responsibility, but one that Malik is determined to shoulder. He knows that his success is not just about the cars or the money. It's about the lives he can change. His experience on the streets has shown him how hard life can be when you don't have the right resources or support. Now, with the dealership in his hands, he has the ability to make a real difference in the lives of others. He begins to focus on mentoring young people who remind him of his younger self, those who are stuck in difficult situations but have the potential to achieve great things if given the right opportunities. Malik is determined to ensure that they don't have to face the same struggles he did. He works tirelessly to create a culture of mentorship and opportunity within the dealership, knowing that it will ripple out and affect the entire community. He uses part of his wealth to fund scholarships and programs for kids in his neighborhood, giving them the chance to change their futures just like he did. Malik understands that education is the key to breaking the cycle of poverty, and he knows that many of the kids in his community are capable of much more than their circumstances suggest. By providing them with the tools and resources they need, he hopes to give them a chance to escape the cycle of struggle and build better futures for themselves. The scholarships he funds are not just financial assistance. They're opportunities for these kids to dream bigger and aim higher. Malik personally meets with many of the recipients, encouraging them to push through the challenges they'll inevitably face. He reminds them that where they come from does not define where they can go, and that they have the power to change their own stories. The Sinclair family watches as Malik thrives, his success a testament to the power of kindness and the ability to change lives, even in the face of prejudice. Mr. Sinclair, in particular, sees how Malik has taken the opportunity he was given and turned it into something that benefits others. It wasn't just a business transaction for Malik. It was a chance to make a lasting impact on his community. Mr. Sinclair admires Malik's determination and his ability to stay grounded despite the enormous changes in his life. He understands that while Malik's background may have led others to doubt him, his heart and his character are what truly set him apart. Malik's rise to success is proof that with the right opportunities, anyone can achieve greatness, no matter their starting point. But it's not just the Sinclair family that is watching. The entire community takes notice of Malik's efforts. People who once saw him as just another kid from the streets now see him as a role model, someone who has defied the odds and is now using his success to help others. His story becomes an inspiration to everyone who has ever been told they weren't good enough, or that their background would limit them. Malik proves that success is not about where you start. It's about where you're willing to go and what you're willing to do once you get there. Malik knows that the road ahead is still full of challenges. There will always be obstacles to overcome, and people who doubt him. But he's no longer afraid of what's ahead. He's confident in his ability to keep pushing forward, knowing that he has the power to change not just his life, but the lives of others. With the dealership as his platform, Malik has set out to make sure that others like him have the same chance to succeed. He understands that success is not just about what you achieve for yourself. It's about what you do with that success to help others. And Malik is committed to using his platform to make the world a better place, one opportunity at a time. How do you think Malik's story will inspire others who are struggling with their own circumstances? Years later, Malik stands on stage at a community event, sharing his journey with others. The room is filled with young faces, eager to hear his story. His presence is commanding, yet there's a warmth in his smile, a reflection of the battles he has fought and the growth he has achieved. The lights above shine down, but they don't overwhelm him anymore. The struggles of his past, the doubts, the judgments, none of those matter here. Here, in front of these young people, he knows he's made a difference. And in this moment, he understands the significance of what he's accomplished. His life, once filled with hardship and uncertainty, has transformed into something he never thought possible. The streets of Los Angeles, which once defined his existence, are now a part of his past, not his future. He's made it out, not just for himself, but for the people who will follow in his footsteps. I used to think I'd never get out of the streets, but one decision, one act of kindness, changed everything, he says, his voice filled with emotion. The words resonate deeply with the crowd. He's not just speaking about his own life. He's speaking about the potential in every person in that room. The audience listens intently, hanging on to every word he says. They understand, perhaps for the first time, that their own circumstances don't have to define them. That no matter where they start, they have the power to change their destiny, just as Malik has changed his. His story isn't just about a boy who survived the streets. It's about a boy who transformed his life through his actions, through his heart, and through his willingness to rise above the odds. The crowd cheers, inspired by Malik's story and the incredible transformation he's achieved. The applause is thunderous, but it's not just for the success Malik has found. It's for the hope he's given to those who are still struggling, to those who think they're trapped in their current reality. For every person in that room who has ever been told they aren't good enough, that they don't have what it takes, Malik's story is proof that they are wrong. It's not about where you come from or what you've been through. It's about what you do with what you've got. It's about the choices you make and the strength you find in yourself when no one else believes in you. Malik has lived it, and now he's passing that knowledge on to others. Malik looks at his life now, successful, empowered, and determined to use his resources to help others break free from their struggles. He stands tall, not just as a businessman, but as a mentor, a guide for those who are just beginning their journey. He knows the path isn't always easy, but he's living proof that it's possible to overcome. He's not just running a dealership. He's running a platform for change, an opportunity for others to see that they, too, can rise above their circumstances. He's not just helping people buy cars. He's helping people buy into the idea that they can change their lives, that they can achieve success no matter their starting point. And for Malik, that's what success truly means. It's not about the wealth or the cars. It's about the lives he's impacting. The crowd, moved by his words, knows that his journey is far from over. Malik's story is one of resilience, courage, and unwavering belief in the potential for change. It's a reminder that no matter where you start or what challenges you face, you have the power to change the direction of your life. As Malik looks out at the faces of the next generation, he's filled with pride. His story has come full circle, from the streets to the stage, from survival to success. He knows that his journey, though personal, is a beacon of hope for anyone who has ever felt like they didn't belong or didn't have a chance. And with each word he speaks, he passes that hope on, knowing that the future is bright for those who are willing to fight for it. What do you think is the greatest lesson we can learn from Malik's journey? United States, Chicago. When a homeless black boy risks everything to save a toddler from danger, he does more than just save a life. He changes his own in a way he never could have imagined. Malik Carter, a 7-year-old boy, has lived a life of hardship in the streets of Chicago, moving from shelter to shelter, doing whatever he can to survive. The harshness of the world around him is a constant presence, like an uninvited guest at every corner of his existence. He has seen things no child should see, heard things no child should hear. His life has been one of survival, not luxury. His family's life was torn apart when Malik was very young, and now he survives by looking for food, collecting cans, and doing odd jobs to help those in need. His mother, a woman who tried her best to protect him, disappeared when he was still too young to understand the world. Malik has never known the security of a home, the warmth of a loving family, or the comfort of a constant meal. He learned quickly that survival is a game played with the odds stacked high against you. There are few resources, few people willing to lend a hand, and even fewer who care about what happens to a boy like him. Despite these odds, Malik continues to move forward with a spirit that is unbroken. He dreams of a better life, one in which he is not defined by his circumstances. He imagines a life where he is seen for who he truly is, not just a boy with a hard life, but a boy with potential. His mind often wanders to places he's never been, imagining what it might be like to sleep in a real bed, to have a family that loves him, or even to be part of something bigger than himself. He doesn't know how he'll get there, but he holds on to the hope that somehow, one day, things will change. On one fateful afternoon, while walking near a busy intersection, Malik sees a toddler about to walk directly into the path of a falling street sign. The toddler, oblivious to the danger around him, continues to toddle forward, unaware of the disaster that could strike in a matter of seconds. Malik's heart skips a beat as he spots the sign tilting dangerously. It seems to fall in slow motion, the weight of the moment pressing down on him. His body freezes for a split second, but only for a moment. Without thinking, Malik reacts instantly, his instincts kicking in as he grabs the toddler and pulls him out of harm's way, just in time to avoid a disaster. The sound of the sign crashing to the ground echoes in his ears, but his attention is on the child in his arms. His breath is shallow, his pulse racing, but he's done it. The toddler is safe. And for the first time in Malik's life, he feels a sense of pride, a sense of accomplishment. He didn't hesitate. He didn't stop to think. He acted, and he saved a life. What would you do if you saw someone in danger, knowing you might be the only one to help? Malik holds the toddler in his arms, making sure he's safe after pulling him out of the way of the street sign. The toddler's wide eyes reflect a sense of confusion, but also a touch of curiosity. The small child seems dazed by the abrupt change in direction, and Malik can feel the weight of the responsibility on his young shoulders. He stands there for a moment, trying to catch his breath, his mind racing, not quite able to process what just happened. He was just walking by, minding his own business, when the sound of the sign falling changed everything. But now, in this moment, he knows that he did the right thing. The toddler is safe. And as he looks into the child's eyes, Malik feels a surge of pride. He acted quickly, without thinking, and he saved a life. For the first time, Malik feels like maybe he's more than just a boy struggling to survive. Maybe, just maybe, he's capable of something greater. As Malik reassures the child, he notices a woman in the distance, rushing toward them. She's dressed in high-end clothing, obviously shocked at what just happened. Her heels click against the pavement as she moves with urgency, her face filled with worry. Malik's heart races again, not knowing what to expect. He's never been in a situation like this before, never been in a position where his actions mattered so much. He stands there, holding the child, trying to calm himself as the woman reaches them. She stops short when she sees her son in Malik's arms. Her expression shifts from shock to relief, and then to something deeper. "You saved my son's life," she says, breathless, her voice shaking. Malik can feel her sincerity, and the words wash over him, leaving him both humbled and overwhelmed. For a moment, the world around him seems to blur, and all he can focus on is the woman's gratitude. The rush of emotions, fear, adrenaline, pride, are overwhelming, and Malik struggles to find the words to say. His heart races with a mix of fear and relief, and his body trembles with the after-effects of the intense moment. But there is something else inside him, something he's never felt before. He's always been invisible, just another boy on the streets of Chicago. But in this moment, he feels seen. Malik doesn't say much, still catching his breath, but the woman's face softens as she approaches him. She's deeply moved by his bravery. Malik can see the tears welling up in her eyes, and he feels a warmth spread through him. For a second, he wonders if this could be the start of something new for him. If maybe, just maybe, he could be more than what he's always known. He's used to being overlooked, judged by his circumstances. But now, this woman sees him for what he truly is. A hero. She bends down and asks him, "What's your name, little hero?" Malik looks up at her, unsure of how to respond. The words catch in his throat, but he pushes them out, his voice small but proud. "Malik," he finally says, his chest swelling with pride. He's always felt small and insignificant, but in this moment, his name feels bigger than ever before. He's made a difference. He's done something that matters. And for once, Malik doesn't feel like just a boy from the streets. He feels like someone important. The woman smiles, her gratitude evident, and her words, simple but heartfelt, make Malik feel something he's never felt before. Hope. In the background, people start to gather, murmuring and pointing, but Malik's attention is on the toddler and the woman. His actions have changed the course of someone's life today, and even though he didn't expect anything in return, something deep inside him stirs. This is the moment that changes everything. This is the moment that proves he can be more than just a survivor. He can be a hero. Have you ever had to act in a life or death situation? How did you handle it? As the woman gathers her son, she glances at Malik, her eyes narrowing with suspicion. The doubt is clear on her face, and Malik feels the weight of it instantly. Her expression, once full of gratitude, now carries a heavy layer of wariness. He can feel the change in the air, the way her body language shifts as she holds her son tighter, almost protectively. The moment feels different, like the warmth she had shown him was just an illusion, and now the truth of who he is, just a boy from the streets, has come back to haunt him. "Where did you come from? What are you doing in this area?" she asks, her tone now cautious, despite the gratitude she expressed moments before. Her voice holds an edge of skepticism, and Malik is taken aback by the sudden change. She had just thanked him, but now she's questioning him as if he's the one who caused the problem, as if he's somehow not trustworthy just because of where he comes from. Malik, a little confused, doesn't answer right away. The air feels heavy with judgment, and he can feel the difference in the way she looks at him now. The warmth from moments ago has evaporated, leaving him feeling small and misunderstood. He tries to collect his thoughts, but the weight of her gaze makes it hard to speak. He's not sure what to say or how to explain himself. He's just a kid. He didn't mean any harm. He just saw a child in danger and acted. "I was just walking," Malik finally says, trying to explain. "I saw him and ran to help." His voice sounds small, as if the words are not enough to bridge the gap that has suddenly opened between them. His explanation feels weak in comparison to the way she's looking at him now. But it's the truth. He didn't have an ulterior motive. He wasn't there for anything other than to help. He's just a kid trying to do the right thing. The woman doesn't seem fully convinced, but before she can say anything more, her husband appears. He's an affluent businessman, wearing a suit and sunglasses, and he immediately assesses Malik with a critical look. His presence seems to magnify the tension in the air. The woman steps aside, and the man's cold eyes take in the scene, sizing Malik up as if he's the problem. Malik can't help but feel the weight of their judgment. He wasn't expecting praise, but the way they look at him makes him feel like he's being accused of something he hasn't done. "Why would you be in this part of the city, saving my son?" the husband asks, his voice laced with disbelief. His tone cuts through Malik like a sharp knife, and Malik can feel his chest tighten. He didn't expect to be questioned like this, especially after what just happened. The words hang in the air, heavy and harsh. Malik feels the sting of their judgment as if his good deed isn't enough because of his background. His heart sinks a little, and for a moment he wants to disappear, to run away from the scrutiny. He wonders why his actions, something so simple, so human, aren't enough. Why is it that his skin color, his background, seem to matter more than the life he just saved? It's not the first time Malik has felt this way. It's not the first time he's been judged for who he is, for where he comes from. But it doesn't make it hurt any less. He wishes he could explain that he's not a threat, that he's not a criminal, that he's just a kid who wants to help. but he knows that no matter how many times he says it, they might never truly understand. All they see is a boy from the streets, a boy who doesn't belong in their world. Have you ever felt judged by someone who didn't understand your intentions because of your appearance? The following day, Malik is shocked when a luxury car pulls up to his shelter. The car gleams in the sunlight, its sleek lines and polished chrome a stark contrast to the surroundings. Malik blinks in disbelief, unsure whether the car is even meant for him. He watches as the car comes to a stop, the engine purring softly before the door opens. A well-dressed lawyer steps out, his polished shoes clicking against the pavement as he walks toward Malik. The lawyer's crisp suit and confident stride make Malik feel even more out of place, as if he's stepped into a world that doesn't belong to him. The lawyer approaches, and without a word, hands Malik an envelope. It's heavy, the paper thick and professional, a stark difference from the worn cardboard and paper that Malik is used to. The lawyer doesn't say much, just a brief nod, before turning and walking back to the car, leaving Malik standing there with the envelope in hand. Malik hesitates for a moment, confused about what's happening. He tears open the envelope with trembling hands, and inside is a letter. The neat handwriting on the letter is familiar, but he can't quite place it. As he reads, his heart begins to race. The words on the page are like a dream come true. "You saved my son's life yesterday, and I will never forget that." The letter reads, "I want to make sure you never go without again." Malik's eyes widen as he reads the next part. "Inside this envelope, you will find a check for $200,000, as well as a voucher for a full scholarship to a prestigious school." He reads the words again, just to be sure. The amount, the scholarship. It feels surreal. A chance to change his life, to escape the streets and build a future for himself. The letter continues, explaining that the reward is for his bravery and selflessness. Malik's heart races as he takes in the enormity of what he's just been given. He has no idea why Mrs. Sinclair is doing this, why she is offering him such a large sum of money and an opportunity like this. He never expected anything in return for his actions. He never expected anyone to see him as anything more than just another boy from the streets. But here it is, a chance, a real chance at a better life. He's just a kid, but for the first time, he's feeling like he's worth something. The money and the scholarship, those are just the physical manifestations of a much bigger change, a change in the way Malik sees himself and the world around him. "This money is yours, Malik." The letter continues. "I want you to have a chance at a better future. My husband and I want to see you thrive, not just survive." The words echo in Malik's mind as he stands there, holding the letter tightly in his hands. His mind races, trying to process everything that's happening. How could someone like Mrs. Sinclair, someone with wealth and privilege, offer him something like this? Why him? The doubts creep in, but as he reads the letter again, he realizes that she believes in him. She's offering him a chance, not just out of pity, but out of the belief that he can make something of himself. She's seen his actions, his courage, and she wants to help him reach his potential. For Malik, that's something he's never felt before. Someone believing in him, not for what he could do for them, but for who he is. The letter concludes, "We want you to have a future, Malik, a chance at something better. This is my way of saying thank you, and I hope you make the most of it." As Malik stands there, staring at the letter, his emotions are a mix of disbelief, gratitude, and fear. He doesn't know what the future holds, But for the first time in his life, he feels like he might actually have a future worth fighting for. The weight of the decision ahead of him is heavy. He can't imagine what life might look like if he accepts this reward, but he knows one thing for sure. It's a step toward something better. And maybe, just maybe, it's the beginning of the life he's always dreamed of. Word spreads fast, and the community reacts. Some congratulate Malik, but many others question his sudden fortune. How did he get that money? One neighbor whispers, "What's the catch?" Malik starts to feel the weight of their stares, their eyes following him wherever he goes. Some people offer congratulations, but there's a noticeable tension in the air. For the first time, Malik feels like he's standing under a microscope, being analyzed by everyone around him. The whispers are too loud, and the judgment in their voices stings. He never expected such a windfall, especially not from a stranger like Mrs. Sinclair, but he never thought his good deed would come with this much scrutiny. Even Malik's own family is unsure of what to make of it. "Son, don't trust them," his mother warns. "They're giving you this money for a reason." Her voice is filled with concern, her protective instincts kicking in. She's seen too many people in the world take advantage of good-hearted individuals, and she doesn't want Malik to fall into that trap. The caution in her voice is clear, and Malik feels the weight of her worry. He knows his mother is just trying to protect him, but he can't help but wonder if the opportunity is genuine. Malik starts feeling conflicted. Is it really a gift? Or is there something more they want from him? The more he thinks about it, the more the questions pile up in his mind. Why would Mrs. Sinclair, someone with wealth and privilege, give him, a homeless boy, so much money? What do they want in return? It doesn't make sense. He can't help but wonder if there's some kind of catch. He has always been taught to be cautious, to look for hidden agendas, and he can't shake the feeling that something is off. But despite the doubts, the overwhelming sense of gratitude he feels for what Mrs. Sinclair has done for him keeps him grounded. He can't deny that the money and the scholarship are life-changing. He never thought he would have a chance like this, never imagined that his actions would lead to such an incredible opportunity. He's always dreamed of something better, but he never imagined it would come so suddenly. And now, it's all in front of him. He can choose to walk away from it all, but the thought of doing that feels impossible. This is his chance to change everything, to create a better life for himself and his family. Despite the doubts, Malik decides to use the money wisely, knowing that this could be the opportunity of a lifetime. He doesn't know what the future holds, but he's not going to let fear and suspicion dictate his choices. He can't afford to let this chance slip away. For once, he wants to take control of his future, to create a life for himself that's different from the one he's known. The money, the scholarship, those are just tools. What matters now is what he does with them. Malik knows that with hard work and determination, he can make something of himself, even if others don't believe in him. Do you think people are more likely to question someone's success if they come from an underserved background? Why? Malik uses the money to further his education and build a better life for himself. He enrolls in a prestigious school, determined to make the most of the opportunity he's been given. The scholarship and the funds he received open doors that he never imagined possible. He studies hard, applying himself in ways he never thought he could, knowing that this could be his only shot at changing his life. The world that once seemed so distant, so out of reach, is now within his grasp. He works tirelessly, dedicating himself to his education, knowing that with every passing day, he's one step closer to his dreams. But Malik doesn't stop there. He knows that his success is not just about him. He remembers the struggles of his past, the days spent on the streets, the uncertainty, and the hopelessness. He remembers the kids who were just like him, who never had the chance to escape the cycle of poverty. Malik decides to use part of the money he received to give back to his community. He starts a program to help other young people in his neighborhood who are struggling, giving them the same opportunity he was given. He believes in the power of education and wants to ensure that the next generation has a chance to break free from the same circumstances that held him back. Malik's program offers scholarships, mentorship, and support for kids who have the potential to achieve great things, but who lack the resources and opportunities. He partners with local schools, businesses, and organizations to create a network of support for these kids, showing them that there is more to life than what they see in their immediate surroundings. Malik's story becomes an inspiration to others, proving that one act of courage can create a ripple effect that changes everything. His journey is a testament to the power of selflessness, determination, and the belief that anyone, no matter their background, can succeed if given the right opportunity. As Malik grows older, his story is told time and time again, inspiring others to take action in their own lives. He becomes a role model for kids in his community, showing them that no dream is too big and no obstacle is too great. Malik's transformation from a homeless boy to a successful entrepreneur and community leader serves as a reminder that anyone, regardless of their past, can change their future. The Sinclairs watch with pride as Malik rises to success, knowing that their decision to reward him was more than just financial. It was about giving him a chance to prove what he could achieve. Malik's journey has only just begun, but one thing is clear. He is changing the world, one person at a time. His story will continue to inspire generations to come, proving that kindness, education, and opportunity can truly make a difference. And as Malik looks toward the future, he knows that the best is yet to come. Years later, Malik stands before a crowd, sharing his story with young people who remind him of his past self. The auditorium is filled with the eager faces of those who are just beginning their own journeys, and Malik feels a deep sense of connection with them. He looks out at the sea of young faces, knowing that they are just like he was, a kid with big dreams, but no clear path to get there. His heart swells with pride as he stands there, knowing that his story can be a beacon of hope for them. I never thought a moment like that could change my life, but it did, he says, his voice full of emotion. His words resonate with the crowd, each one a reminder of how one single decision, one single act of kindness can alter the course of someone's life. He thinks back to that fateful day when he saved the toddler's life, never imagining that moment would set off a chain of events that would lead him to where he is now. He never thought he would be standing in front of a crowd like this, sharing his story, inspiring others. He thought his life would always be the same, a struggle to survive. But now, he's more than just a survivor. He's a symbol of what's possible when someone takes a chance on themselves. The crowd erupts in applause, inspired by Malik's resilience and the lessons he's learned about kindness, bravery, and taking chances. The sound of their applause fills the room, and Malik can feel the energy shift. It's not just about him anymore. It's about all of them, too. His story has sparked something in the audience, a spark that will ignite a fire of change in their own lives. Malik knows that the true impact of his story is not just in the applause he receives, but in the way it will inspire others to take action. He has proven that no matter where you start, you can make a difference, and that belief will carry forward long after he steps off the stage. As Malik walks off the stage, he smiles, knowing that his life is now part of a larger story, a story of change and hope. He feels the weight of his journey, all the challenges, the doubts, the struggles, but he also feels a deep sense of fulfillment. He's not just changing his life anymore. He's changing lives all around him. He sees a future where kids like him don't have to struggle alone, where they have the support and opportunities they need to succeed. And in that moment, Malik knows that he's a part of something much bigger than himself. His life is no longer defined by the struggles of his past, but by the impact he's making in the world. The applause slowly fades, but the energy in the room remains. Malik knows that the ripple effect of his story will continue long after the event ends. The seeds of change have been planted, and now it's up to the next generation to nurture them. As he exits the stage, Malik takes a deep breath, grateful for how far he has come. He looks at the faces of the young people in the crowd, seeing their potential, and he knows that they, too, will rise above their circumstances. Their future is bright, and Malik's heart is full, knowing that he played a part in that. As Malik walks off the stage, he smiles, knowing that his life is now part of a larger story, a story of change and hope, a story that will live on in the hearts of those who were inspired by his journey. United States, New York City. When a young boy saves the life of the woman who has mistreated him, it forces both of them to confront their prejudices in a life-changing moment of unexpected courage. Malik Johnson, a 7-year-old black boy, has faced constant racism from his teacher, Mrs. Thompson, throughout the school year. Every day, he enters the classroom not knowing what new humiliation he will face. Whether it's being called out in front of his peers or having his work dismissed despite his excellent grades, Malik has grown used to the only deepens Malik's confusion and hurt. He feels trapped, forced to endure the daily onslaught of insults, unable to escape from the environment that is supposed to be a place of learning and growth. Despite this, Malik has learned to cope with the constant verbal abuse. He keeps his head down and focuses on his studies, choosing to ignore the cruel words, telling himself that one day he would be able to leave this place behind. He knows that his education is his way out of the circumstances that have defined his life up until now. He dreams of a better future, one where he is not defined by his race, where he is judged for his abilities and character, not his skin color. But with each passing day, his dream feels further out of reach. He begins to doubt whether the world will ever change enough for him to succeed. But everything changes on a regular day in class, when Mrs. Thompson suddenly collapses, clutching her chest and gasping for air. The students are in a panic, unsure of what to do. Malik, who has been taught CPR by his older sibling, doesn't hesitate. He rushes to her side, knowing that he's the only one who can help in this moment of crisis. The class falls silent as Malik, despite his fears, begins performing chest compressions and mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Time seems to stretch on as Malik works, his hands shaking with the intensity of the moment. His heart races, but his focus remains clear. Save her life. As he continues to work, a small part of him wonders if anyone else will step forward, but he knows they are too scared, too unprepared. Malik is determined to do what he's been taught, to do what is right. What would you do if the person who hurt you most needed your help in a life or death situation? Malik watches in horror as Mrs. Thompson collapses onto the floor, her face turning pale, her body trembling in distress. The classroom, usually filled with chatter and noise, falls silent, and the only sound is the frantic calls for help. Panic ripples through the students, but no one steps forward to act. Malik's heart races as he watches the woman who has tormented him for so long now, in desperate need of help. Despite the years of abuse, despite the cruelty he's endured from her, he is the only one who rises to the occasion. The years of being ignored, belittled, and dismissed all seem to fade away in this critical moment. His mind clears, and instinct takes over. Malik, still shaking, runs to her side, kneeling down quickly. His mind races as he recalls the CPR techniques his older sibling had taught him. He remembers the way they instructed him to keep calm, to focus, to save a life, no matter the circumstances. His hands tremble as they hover over her chest, but his determination pushes him forward. He's learned how to block out fear before. He's had to do it many times, but this time it's different. This is real. This is a life on the line. "Please, Mrs. Thompson, stay with me," Malik says, his voice filled with urgency and fear for the woman who has tormented him. He starts chest compressions, trying to keep the rhythm steady, trying not to let his panic get the best of him. His hands press down hard, but they shake uncontrollably. His eyes flicker to the other students, who are frozen in disbelief, their faces a mix of fear and confusion. Some of them whisper in disbelief, but no one steps forward. No one else acts. All eyes are on Malik, waiting for him to save the person who has made his life so difficult. As Malik works, the seconds feel like hours. His mind tries to stay focused, but the flood of emotions is hard to ignore. He's saving the life of someone who has belittled him, someone who has made him feel worthless. Yet, in this moment, none of that matters. He's doing what he's been taught. He's helping someone who is in danger, someone who needs him. And that is all that matters right now. "Come on, Mrs. Thompson," Malik mutters to himself, his voice tight with both desperation and determination. The class watches in stunned silence, the tension in the room unbearable. Every eye is on Malik, waiting to see what will happen next. Stop. He's pushing himself beyond his limits, trying to save her, trying to prove to himself that he can be more than what everyone has told him he is. Mrs. Thompson's breathing slows, but Malik doesn't stop, applying more pressure, working faster now. He refuses to give up. He refuses to let her die, no matter how much anger he's carried in his heart toward her. The seconds stretch on forever, and Malik's arms ache with exhaustion, but he knows he can't stop until she's okay. After what feels like an eternity, Mrs. Thompson takes a deep breath and begins to regain consciousness. Her chest rises and falls slowly, the color beginning to return to her face. Malik's heart pounds in his chest as he looks at her, his relief flooding his body. For a moment, everything stops. The room, the world outside. Malik can only focus on the woman he's just saved. Malik feels a sense of pride wash over him, but it's quickly replaced by confusion. He's saved someone who has tormented him for so long. What does this mean for him? How should he feel? He looks around at his classmates, who are still processing what just happened. How would you feel if you saved someone's life, even after all the harm they caused you? Mrs. Thompson is taken to the hospital, and the school administration commends Malik for his bravery, though many are still shocked by the incident. A few days later, Mrs. Thompson returns to class, her expression one of guilt and disbelief. She looks at Malik as he walks in, a sense of shame hanging over her. "Malik, I don't know what to say," she begins, her voice faltering. "You saved my life. After everything I've said to you, I don't know how to make it right." Malik stands there, unsure of what to say in return. His life has been full of hurt, but in this moment he sees the woman who tormented him, now broken and vulnerable. "You don't have to make it right," Malik says quietly, his voice strong despite the years of mistreatment. "You just have to try." The room is filled with an uncomfortable silence as Mrs. Thompson absorbs Malik's words. She looks at him, tears welling in her eyes, realizing the weight of the harm she's caused. She's spent so much of her life thinking she was right, but now she's confronted with a reality she hadn't considered. She's wrong, and Malik has shown her what true courage and compassion are. For the first time, Mrs. Thompson feels a deep shift within herself. She's always prided herself on being a teacher who imparts knowledge, but Malik has taught her a lesson she never expected to learn. It's one thing to talk about fairness and equality, but it's another to see someone live it in action, especially when that someone has every reason to hold a grudge. As Malik walks away, he feels the weight of the moment settle in. He didn't do it for praise. He didn't do it for recognition. He did it because it was the right thing to do. But in this instance, he can't ignore the shift that's happening between him and Mrs. Thompson. Maybe, just maybe, this is the beginning of something different. Maybe this is the start of change for both of them. As Mrs. Thompson watches Malik leave, she quietly vows to never forget this moment and the boy who showed her what true strength really is. She realizes that words have power, but actions speak louder. And in that moment, she sees the humanity in him, something she had failed to see before. She knows she must do better, not just for herself, but for every student she has yet to meet. Do you think people can change after doing something harmful? What would it take for that change to happen? A few weeks later, Mrs. Thompson surprises Malik by inviting him to her office after school. She has something important to share with him. Malik had no idea what to expect. It had been weeks since the life-changing moment when he had saved Mrs. Thompson's life. After all the chaos, the words of his classmates, and the flood of emotions, he never expected any sort of change. His actions had been driven by instinct and compassion, not the hope for reward or recognition. Yet here he was, about to meet with the teacher who had once tormented him. He had been feeling conflicted over how to navigate his feelings after the event. But what was happening now was something Malik never imagined. As Malik enters the office, he notices the change in Mrs. Thompson's demeanor. She doesn't look the same woman who had been so quick to judge him, so dismissive of his worth. The shame and guilt are evident in her face, and for the first time, Malik feels like he is seeing the woman for who she truly is, flawed, but seeking redemption. She gestures for him to sit across from her. Her hands tremble slightly as she folds a piece of paper in front of her, gathering her words. "Malik, I've been thinking about everything you did for me. I realize now how wrong I was, and I want to make it right," she says, her voice low but sincere. "I've spoken to the principal, and I want to make sure you receive a full scholarship to any school of your choice." Malik is taken aback. His heart skips a beat, but he quickly looks away, uncertain whether he's hearing her correctly. "You don't have to do that," he says, his voice filled with disbelief. The thought of receiving a scholarship, something he never imagined possible, is overwhelming. He's only ever dreamt of a life beyond his current struggles, but it feels like a distant fantasy. Why would someone like Mrs. Thompson, who had caused him so much pain, offer him such a gesture of kindness? Mrs. Thompson smiles softly, as though she can sense his confusion. I want to give you the future you deserve, and I hope you'll allow me to be a part of it. Her words hit Malik deeply. Despite the scars from the past, her sincerity is undeniable. This isn't just about money or education. It's about a person trying to make amends for the hurt they've caused. In this quiet office, Malik finds a moment of understanding, a chance to heal the wounds inflicted on him, and perhaps, just perhaps, allow forgiveness to take root. Malik feels an unexpected weight lift from his chest. It's a mix of gratitude, disbelief, and hope. He had never expected to be seen in this way, not by Mrs. Thompson or anyone else in his life. It's difficult to fully grasp the enormity of the moment, but something shifts inside him. He nods quietly, unsure but grateful. "Thank you," he whispers, his voice stronger than it had been in days. The weight of his gratitude is unspoken, a silent acknowledgement that this small act of kindness is the first step toward healing a long history of hurt. For Mrs. Thompson, this moment is about more than just helping Malik. It's about her own redemption, a lesson she's learning the hard way. The pride she once held in her ability to teach is now replaced with the realization that the most important lessons are the ones learned outside of the classroom. She doesn't expect Malik to forget everything she's done, nor does she expect forgiveness immediately. But she is willing to try, and that, she realizes, is the beginning of real change for both of them. Would you accept help from someone who wronged you if it meant a better future for you? As Malik moves forward with his scholarship, he begins to notice the subtle changes in Mrs. Thompson's behavior. She treats him and his classmates with newfound respect, always encouraging their potential. The once rigid and cold atmosphere in the classroom slowly begins to warm as Mrs. Thompson works to make amends. She's no longer quick to judge, but instead takes the time to understand her students, giving them the support they need to thrive. Malik watches these changes unfold, and, for the first time in a long time, he feels seen, not as a stereotype, but as a person. Her respect and encouragement inspire Malik to do the same for others. The class atmosphere shifts as Mrs. Thompson works to make amends, showing kindness and warmth instead of prejudice. Malik begins to notice the difference in his own behavior, too. He's not just grateful for the scholarship anymore. He's grateful for the growth he sees in the woman who once hurt him. Malik starts to feel less like a victim and more like a person worthy of respect and dignity. For the first time, he understands that forgiveness doesn't just change the person being forgiven, it changes the person who forgives as well. Malik realizes that the burden of hatred and resentment he carried for so long only hurt him. By forgiving Mrs. Thompson, he's not only freeing her, but he's freeing himself, too. The heavy weight of bitterness and anger that he once carried begins to lift. He starts to see a future full of possibilities, opportunities he never thought possible before. His education is now secured, and his sense of purpose has been reignited. With his education secured and a new sense of purpose, Malik's life begins to transform. He is no longer the boy who was forgotten and mistreated. He is someone who has not only risen above his circumstances, but has found it within himself to rise above his pain. He knows he has the power to break the cycle of hatred and hurt that has affected him for so long. He has the ability to change his future and the futures of those around him. He begins to believe in the power of second chances, not just for others, but for himself. As time passes, Malik's story becomes a lesson for others about the power of forgiveness, the importance of seeing beyond skin color, and the transformative effects of kindness. He learns that healing can begin when someone takes the first step, even if that step is difficult and painful. He knows now that forgiveness isn't just an act of generosity toward others. It's a gift to yourself. Malik's life has been changed, but he knows that the true power of change comes from within. He's not only changed his own life, but he's shown Mrs. Thompson that there's always room for growth, and that people can evolve and make amends for their mistakes. The forgiveness they both gave each other has opened the door to a new beginning for both of them. How do you think forgiveness can impact both the person forgiving and the one being forgiven? Malik graduates with honors, a proud and accomplished young man. His journey from the streets to the classroom, from victim to victor, is a testament to his resilience and the power of second chances. He's worked hard, persevered, and overcome the challenges that life threw at him. As he stands at the podium receiving his diploma, the weight of everything he has endured and accomplished is finally sinking in. It's not just the scholarship or the recognition. It's the knowledge that he has transformed his own life, and that is worth more than any award. He goes on to attend college, where he excels and continues to work toward his dreams of becoming a lawyer. He chooses this path not just for the success it promises, but because he wants to use his education to fight for those who can't fight for themselves. His life has been shaped by others' actions, but now he's determined to shape his own future and make sure that no one else has to suffer the way he did. In law school, he meets people from all walks of life, each with their own struggles, and he uses these experiences to fuel his drive to make the world a better place. Malik's education and determination become the foundation for a new chapter in his life. As the years pass, Mrs. Thompson, now an ally, watches Malik's success from a distance. She's proud of the young man he has become and reflects on the role she played in his life. Her change of heart made all the difference. But it's not just about the scholarship or the praise. What matters most is that Malik's actions and the forgiveness he chose to give led to a better future. Mrs. Thompson knows that she was wrong and that her journey of change was only possible because Malik was willing to give her that chance. His kindness, his courage, and his willingness to forgive have transformed them both. And for Mrs. Thompson, that is the most important lesson of all. Malik's story is one of forgiveness, redemption, and the power of second chances. It teaches us that when we embrace compassion and understanding, we can break the cycles of hate and hurt that have existed for far too long. By forgiving others, we don't just change them. We change ourselves, and we create a world where healing is possible. What do you think the world would be like if we all embraced forgiveness and change? Years later, Malik returns to his old school as a guest speaker, sharing his story with the next generation. As he steps onto the stage, he looks around the familiar classroom, remembering the days when he was just another student trying to survive. The walls that once felt like barriers now feel like a space of opportunity, and Malik is humbled by how far he has come. His heart swells with pride as he stands in front of a new group of young minds, eager to listen to the lessons he has learned along the way. "I never thought I'd be here today, standing before you talking about forgiveness and change," he says, his voice filled with emotion. His words resonate with the students, many of whom can relate to his struggles. Malik never imagined that his story would be one of inspiration, but as he looks out at the eager faces in the audience, he realizes that sharing his journey has the power to ignite change. The audience listens intently as Malik speaks about the power of compassion, resilience, and using one's voice to stand up for what's right. He talks about how forgiveness, though difficult, is a choice that can free both the person who forgives and the one who is forgiven. He shares his experience with Mrs. Thompson, the teacher who once mistreated him, and how, through his own act of courage, he was able to offer her the chance for redemption, and in doing so, redeem himself. Malik speaks passionately about the importance of using one's voice to stand up against injustice, no matter how hard it might be. He encourages the students to embrace their own power and to know that they, too, can create change in the world. He tells them that they are not defined by their circumstances, and that with compassion and resilience, they can break the cycles of prejudice and hurt that have been perpetuated in society for too long. As Malik leaves the stage, he feels a sense of fulfillment and purpose. He knows that his journey isn't just about overcoming one teacher's prejudice. It's about creating a ripple effect of change in a world that needs it more than ever. His story isn't just about his own personal growth, but about the lessons he has learned that can help others navigate their own struggles. As he walks off the stage, Malik reflects on the path that has brought him here. He is no longer the angry boy who carried the weight of his past on his shoulders. He has learned the power of forgiveness and the importance of standing up for what is right. And now, as he looks at the next generation of young people, he knows that the future is in their hands. Malik's heart is full, knowing that the story he has lived will continue to inspire others to choose compassion, to embrace change, and to believe in their own ability to create a better world. What's one lesson from Malik's story that you think the world needs to hear? United States, Aspen, Colorado. When a homeless black boy stumbles upon a lost toddler in the mountains, he does more than just save a life. He changes his future forever. Malik Carter, a 7-year-old black boy, has been living in the rugged terrain of the Aspen Mountains for weeks, surviving off scraps and the little food he can gather. His family was torn apart, and he's been forced to survive on his own with no one to turn to for help. Despite his harsh circumstances, Malik holds on to hope for a better future. One day, while walking along a familiar trail, Malik stumbles upon a toddler, lost and scared, alone in the mountains. The child, dressed in a warm jacket, is shivering, unaware of the danger surrounding him. Malik's heart skips a beat. He knows the child's family is wealthy and well-known in Aspen. This is no ordinary toddler, but in this moment, none of that matters. He has to act fast. Without hesitation, Malik scoops up the child and begins to carry him through the treacherous terrain, using all his survival knowledge to keep them both safe. The thought of being caught or the child's parents finding out never crosses his mind. What matters is getting the child to safety. Malik's mind is clear and his focus is unwavering. As he makes his way through the mountains, the weight of the situation becomes clearer. Every step feels heavy with responsibility, but Malik is determined. He knows that this child's life depends on his actions. His muscles ache with exhaustion, and the climb grows steeper with every step, but he keeps moving, driven by the need to protect this innocent life. The mountains around him feel both beautiful and intimidating, but Malik's resolve doesn't waver. He keeps his eyes on the path ahead, blocking out the freezing cold wind and the isolation that surrounds him. Each step takes him closer to safety, and with each step, Malik feels a surge of determination. He will not let this child suffer. He will not let him fall into the hands of danger. Malik's heart races as he navigates through the difficult terrain. He climbs rocks and pushes through brush, but his mind is solely focused on the child in his arms. It doesn't matter how hard the journey is. It only matters that the child survives. The thought of failure is not an option. Despite the hardship, Malik never once questions his decision. The act of saving a life, regardless of the circumstances, outweighs all else. What would you do if you found yourself in a life or death situation and you had the chance to save someone's life? As Malik climbs over rocks and navigates through the dangerous wilderness, the toddler's cries echo in the cold mountain air. The sound is sharp, a desperate plea for safety. Malik's heart races, and his legs feel heavier with each step. He knows that the distance between them and safety is growing, but the terrain is unforgiving, and time is running out. Malik reassures the child, trying to keep both of their spirits up. "We're going to make it out of here. You're going to be okay," he says, his voice filled with urgency, though his own heart is trembling with fear. Despite the overwhelming sense of dread, he keeps moving forward, his instincts driving him to keep going no matter what. The cold air stings his skin, the exhaustion in his limbs nearly too much to bear. Malik knows that if he stops now, neither of them will make it. But he doesn't hesitate. Despite the overwhelming odds and the cold, Malik pushes forward, refusing to let the toddler fall into danger. The weight of the child in his arms is both a burden and a reminder of what's at stake. Every step is more challenging than the last, and yet he can't stop. He won't stop. After hours of trekking, Malik's breath grows shallow, his body aching from the physical strain. His muscles are sore, and his vision blurs with exhaustion. But then he spots a clearing in the distance. His mind, foggy with fatigue, registers the sight of hope. He knows they're getting closer to safety, but the reality of their situation weighs heavily on him. They're not out of danger yet, and he knows the hard part is far from over. He pushes forward, focusing on the toddler's safety, his determination stronger than ever. Every step takes them closer to a future neither of them could have predicted. As Malik moves, his thoughts are consumed with the child's well-being. The only thing that matters is getting them both to safety. Malik fights against the physical and emotional exhaustion that threatens to overtake him. He's scared, tired, and unsure of what lies ahead, but the child's cries keep him focused. It's a battle against the elements, against his own limits, but he refuses to let go. He knows that stopping is not an option. Failure is not an option. The trek seems endless. Malik's throat feels dry, his body trembling with cold and fatigue, but he keeps going, step by step. His body screams for rest, but his resolve is stronger. The thought of failure, the thought of not making it, isn't something he can afford. Every inch of progress is a victory, and Malik counts every step as a triumph. Finally, after what feels like an eternity, Malik reaches a safe area. He can see the distant outline of the town in the valley below, and the sight fills him with a sense of accomplishment and relief. He's done it. He's gotten the child to safety. The weight of the journey begins to lift. But before he can relax, he hears the distant sound of voices, search parties looking for the missing child. Malik knows his work is not done. He has to make sure they're found. As he waits for help to arrive, Malik is overwhelmed by a sense of pride and purpose. He has done what he set out to do. He has saved a life. The moment of heroism that he never expected to define his future will now shape it forever. Both he and the child are safe. But Malik knows that this moment will change everything for them. He has faced the impossible and triumphed. And his future, from this day forward, will be shaped by the choices he made in those crucial moments of survival. Have you ever been in a situation where you had to push past your limits to save someone? How did it feel? As Malik and the toddler finally reach the edge of the forest, a luxury car pulls up, its engine purring in the distance. The car stops, and out steps the toddler's father, a well-known billionaire, and his wife. Their eyes widen in shock as they see Malik, holding their child in his arms. The billionaire rushes to them, his face pale with fear. "What happened? How did you find my son?" he asks, his voice trembling. Malik, exhausted but relieved, explains how he found the child alone in the wilderness and carried him to safety. The billionaire looks at Malik in disbelief, overwhelmed by the boy's bravery. "You saved my son's life," he says, his voice filled with gratitude. Malik, still processing everything that has happened, simply nods. He doesn't feel like a hero, just a kid who did what he knew needed to be done. "I'm just glad I could help," Malik says quietly, his voice filled with humility. He hadn't done it for any reward or recognition. He had just seen a child in danger and acted. But the billionaire insists. "I will never forget this. You're a hero," he says. And for the first time, Malik feels something shift in him. It isn't the praise that makes him feel different, but the acknowledgement of his worth. He sees the gratitude in the billionaire's eyes, and it makes him realize something important. Even though his circumstances have often made him feel invisible, today he's been seen. The billionaire's wife steps forward and places a hand on Malik's shoulder. "Thank you," she says with genuine warmth. "You've changed our world, Malik." "We owe you more than just our thanks." Malik, still in a daze, doesn't know what to say. He never expected something like this to happen. A few moments ago, he was a homeless boy struggling to survive, and now he's standing here, in front of the family of the child he saved, with his whole life about to change. After a few more words of gratitude, the billionaire hands Malik an envelope. Inside is a check for $1 million, along with a letter offering him a full scholarship to any school of his choice. "I want you to have the future you deserve," the letter reads. "This is just the beginning. You are meant for great things." Malik stares at the check, stunned, as his life shifts in a way he could never have imagined. For a boy who had nothing, this was everything. "I don't know what to say," Malik mutters, overwhelmed by the enormity of the situation. The millionaire smiles. "Say yes to a better future. We'll be here to support you every step of the way." The realization begins to sink in slowly, and Malik feels a mix of emotions, disbelief, excitement, and gratitude. But most of all, he feels hope for the first time in years. What would you do if you found yourself in a life or death situation, and you had the chance to save someone's life? The next day, Malik is shocked when a luxury car arrives at his small cabin in the mountains. The car stops smoothly, and its polished exterior gleams in the sun. Malik stands frozen, unsure of what to make of the scene unfolding before him. A sleek black vehicle, far too extravagant for someone like him, has parked in front of his humble cabin. The car door opens, and out steps the billionaire's assistant, dressed sharply in a suit. The assistant walks towards Malik, who can hardly process what is happening. He hands Malik an envelope with a soft smile. The envelope's weight in Malik's hands like the weight of the world itself. Malik opens it cautiously, his mind racing. Inside the envelope is a check for $5 million. Malik's eyes widen in disbelief as he stares at the digits on the paper, unable to comprehend how such an amount could be real. The cold mountain air feels suddenly distant as he holds the check, his fingers trembling slightly. He feels a sense of wonder and shock coursing through his veins. For a boy who had once struggled to make ends meet, this windfall is more than just money. It's a new life waiting to unfold. Along with the check, there is a letter from the billionaire himself, thanking Malik for his bravery and courage. The letter reads, "You have earned more than just money. You've earned a chance at a new life. This is yours, Malik. Use it wisely." The words resonate deeply with Malik, and though he never expected such an extravagant gesture, he knows this moment will change everything for him. Malik stands still for a moment, unsure of how to respond, the enormity of the situation sinking in. He never imagined his life would take such a turn, never imagined that one selfless act could lead to something so life-changing. Despite everything he has been through, he feels a weight lifted from his shoulders, the possibilities of his future opening up in front of him. The assistant tells Malik that the billionaire also wants to send him to a prestigious school on a full scholarship, ensuring that he'll have access to the best education money can buy. "This is just the beginning," the assistant says with a smile. "We want you to have the future you deserve." Malik can hardly find the words to thank him. He hasn't even processed what's happening yet. The scholarship, the money, it's all too much to absorb in one moment. But one thing is clear. Malik's life has just changed. He doesn't know how he's going to make sense of all this. But the thought of a better future feels real now. He has hope. For the first time, the boy who had nothing is beginning to see that he could have everything. Malik's mind races as he looks at the check and the letter. He knows that with this new chance, he can help not just himself but others in his community who have been forgotten, just like he was. He thinks of the struggles he's faced and the people who've looked down on him. Now, he has a chance to prove that anyone, no matter their background, deserves a better life. As he stands there, overwhelmed but filled with hope, Malik looks up at the assistant and says, "Thank you, but I won't forget where I came from. I'll make sure to do something good with this." And with that, Malik's journey begins. A journey not just of survival, but of thriving against the odds. What would you do if you were suddenly given a life-changing fortune? What would you do with it? Malik's sudden wealth raises eyebrows in his community. Some people congratulate him, while others question whether he truly deserves such a fortune. Why would a billionaire give a homeless kid like him so much money? One neighbor whispers, "What's the catch?" Even Malik's family feels conflicted. "Are you sure this is right, Malik?" his mother asks, unsure of how to handle this sudden change. She's proud of him, but the idea of such a large sum of money, especially for someone in their position, makes her nervous. She worries about the potential consequences of this windfall. Malik can feel the tension in the air, the judgment that hangs over him like a cloud. Malik feels the weight of the judgment, but he remains determined to use the money for good. He knows this is his chance to break free from the cycle of poverty that has defined his life for so long. The money represents a future where he can pursue his dreams, get an education, and help those who are still struggling. But at the same time, the scrutiny he faces from others is overwhelming. Everyone has an opinion on what he should do with it. Some of the neighbors who once ignored him now offer unsolicited advice on how to spend the money. You should buy a big house, one says. Don't let anyone tell you how to live, another adds. But Malik knows better. He doesn't want to waste the opportunity. He's seen what happens when people get lost in the superficial trappings of wealth. He wants more for himself than just material possessions. What he wants most is to help those in his community who've never had the chance to succeed. Malik is still adjusting to his new life, but the pressure to make the right choices is immense. He wonders whether he's the right person to make those choices, given everything he's been through. Would people see him as someone who deserved the money? Or would they continue to see him as a poor, homeless boy who had somehow been given a break? Despite the doubts, Malik is determined to prove that he is worthy of this opportunity. He can't change how others see him, but he can control what he does with his wealth. He knows that this moment will define him. I've been given a chance, and I won't squander it, Malik says to himself, standing in front of the mirror, looking at the check and the scholarship letter once more. I have a responsibility to do something good with this. He knows it won't be easy. Nothing worth having ever is. But for the first time in his life, he believes that he can build a future for himself, free from the limitations of his past. Malik decides that he will use his newfound wealth to not only secure his future, but to help those who are still stuck in the same cycle he was once in. He starts a community program to provide scholarships, mentorships, and other opportunities for young people in his neighborhood, giving them the same chance he was given. The money isn't just for him. It's for the whole community. The wealth has brought Malik more than just material possessions. It has given him a sense of purpose and a chance to change his life and the lives of others for the better. He feels empowered to make a real difference, not just for himself, but for the people who have always been there for him. What do you think the world would be like if we used our wealth and opportunities to help others? With the fortune he's received, Malik moves to a new home and begins his education at a prestigious school. The luxury and resources available to him now seem almost unreal, but Malik takes it all in stride. He knows that this moment is just the beginning of a much larger journey. Every step forward represents a chance to break free from the limitations of his past. He also starts a foundation to help other kids in need, using part of his newfound wealth to ensure they have the same opportunities he now has. The foundation is built on the principles of support, education, and empowerment, providing scholarships, mentorships, and tools to help young people reach their full potential. Malik sees this as his way of paying it forward, ensuring that others who were once in his position will have the chance to succeed. As he settles into his new life, Malik reflects on what really matters. The money, the house, the education, these are all just tools. The true value of the fortune isn't in the wealth itself. It's in the opportunities it provides for Malik to make a difference, not only in his life, but in the lives of others. His past struggles have given him the perspective to understand what is truly important, using his success to help those who are still struggling, just as he once was. Malik realizes that the real power of his newfound wealth lies in his ability to shape his future and the future of others. He's no longer just trying to survive. He's creating opportunities for those who will come after him. Every decision he makes is guided by the understanding that he can create a ripple effect of change, one person at a time. As Malik looks toward the future, he knows that this is just the beginning. He has much work to do, work that goes beyond personal gain. He has the power to inspire, to give hope, and to create real, lasting change in the world around him. He is determined to make the most of this chance he's been given, not for himself, but for the generations that will come after him. What do you think the world would be like if we used our wealth and opportunities to help others? Years later, Malik returns to the mountains to speak at a community event, sharing his story of bravery, kindness, and overcoming adversity. As he stands on the stage, he reflects on the incredible journey he's taken. He remembers the boy he once was, struggling to survive, and how a single moment of courage forever altered the course of his life. Malik speaks to the audience with passion and sincerity, his voice filled with emotion. One act of kindness can change your entire life, he says. The crowd listens intensely, captivated by his words and the depth of his experience. Malik shares how a simple decision to help a toddler in the mountains led to a series of events that transformed not just his life, but also the lives of many others. He speaks about the power of compassion, how one person's generosity can create a ripple effect that spreads far beyond the original act. He encourages the young people in the audience to remember that their actions, no matter how small, can have a lasting impact. It's not about what you have or where you come from. It's about what you do with what you're given. Malik continues, emphasizing how important it is to use one's opportunities to help others. Malik talks about the foundation he started with his newfound wealth, a foundation that helps provide education and resources to kids in underserved communities, just like he once was. When I got my chance, I promised myself I would give others the same chance. It's not just about success. It's about using your success to lift others up. The crowd listens in silence, absorbing his words. They see the young man before them, standing as a living example of what kindness and perseverance can achieve. Malik's story is one of redemption, hope, and change, and he wants them to understand that no matter how difficult life may seem, they too can create positive change in the world. As Malik leaves the stage, he looks out over the audience, knowing that his journey isn't just about the fortune he received. It's about the legacy of kindness he's created. His actions, his story, and his mission are all intertwined with the idea of giving back. He walks off the stage, proud of what he's accomplished, but even more determined to continue the work he's started. The next generation is listening, and Malik knows that his story will inspire others to embrace compassion, resilience, and the belief that they can make a difference. What's one lesson from Malik's story that you think the world needs to hear? Atlanta, Georgia. Would you stay silent if the system tried to take everything from you? Olivia Carter sat stiffly in the defendant's chair, her hands folded tightly in her lap. The courtroom was cold, the air heavy with murmurs from the spectators. She had spent years working tirelessly as a nurse, preparing to bring her first child into a stable, loving home. Yet today, she wasn't here as a caregiver. She was here as an accused woman. A caseworker from Child Protective Services stood at the witness stand, a clipboard clutched in her hands. "Miss Carter has demonstrated a pattern of instability," she declared, her voice crisp and certain. "She has failed to attend her prenatal appointments consistently, and we have reason to believe she has been neglecting her own health. This raises serious concerns about her ability to care for a newborn." Olivia's stomach twisted. The accusation was not only false, it was insulting. Her lawyer, Mr. Benson, stood up. "Miss Carter, can you tell the court why you missed those appointments?" Olivia cleared her throat, keeping her voice steady. I didn't miss them. My job requires long shifts, and twice the clinic rescheduled at the last minute. When I called to explain, no one seemed to care. Benson nodded. And have you done anything to ensure you're receiving proper prenatal care? Absolutely, Olivia said firmly. I switched to a different clinic with more flexible hours. I've been following all medical advice and preparing for my baby's arrival. The prosecutor scoffed. Then why was a case opened against you? Olivia felt her pulse spike. She knew the answer. She had seen it happen before, to other black mothers, to women who didn't fit the perfect mold of what society deemed fit to be a parent. Because in this system, being a black woman meant being judged before being heard. She took a slow breath and met the judge's gaze, because someone decided I wasn't good enough before they even knew me. A murmur rippled through the courtroom. The judge tapped his gavel. Order. But Olivia wasn't done. She straightened her shoulders. I've done everything right. I've worked hard, I've prepared for this child, and I refuse to let a broken system take that away from me. Her words hung in the air, undeniable, the weight of truth settling into the room. Because one truth could change everything. Olivia Carter sat in the courtroom, her hands gripping the edge of the table. She had fought her whole life to be seen as more than a statistic, more than just another black woman society judged too quickly. But today, she wasn't a nurse, a mother-to-be, or a woman who had worked tirelessly to build her life. She was a defendant, fighting for her right to keep her child. She hadn't done anything wrong, but that didn't matter here. A caseworker sat in the witness stand, adjusting her blazer as she read from a file. Miss Carter has demonstrated clear instability, she stated. She took an extended leave of absence from work and has been struggling financially. Given her situation, we believe she is unfit to care for a child. Olivia clenched her fists under the table. That was a lie. Her lawyer, Mr. Benson, stood. Miss Carter, would you like to explain why you took time off? Olivia sat up straighter, her voice steady. I took medical leave due to complications with my pregnancy. I provided all necessary paperwork to my employer, and I have a savings account to cover my expenses. Benson nodded. So you are not unemployed? No, Olivia said firmly. I have a stable job as a nurse. I was approved for paid leave. The prosecutor cleared his throat. Yet a report was filed by a concerned citizen stating that you had abandoned your responsibilities. Olivia's stomach twisted. She knew exactly who had filed that report. Her co-worker, a woman who had seen Olivia struggle through morning sickness, seen her sit down to catch her breath between shifts, and instead of offering help had called child services behind her back. The caseworker continued. This report was escalated by one of our senior staff members due to the severity of the concerns. Olivia's blood ran cold. She had overheard conversations before, knew how things worked. The senior caseworker handling her case was friends with the woman who had reported her. This wasn't about concern. This was about power. Olivia took a deep breath, refusing to let fear take hold. I have a home. I have a support system. I have done everything right. But none of that mattered because you decided I was guilty before I could defend myself. The judge glanced at the prosecutor. On what grounds was this case escalated? The prosecutor shifted uncomfortably. We acted in the best interest of the child. Mr. Benson leaned forward. And yet, you failed to consider the facts. He turned to Olivia. Do you have any evidence to contradict these claims? Olivia nodded. She reached into her bag and pulled out a folder, her fingers tightening around it. Inside was everything: her medical records, proof of her paid leave, and most importantly, emails exposing the connections between the caseworker and the woman who had reported her. She placed the folder on the table. The courtroom fell silent. Because what they didn't know? Olivia had proof that would expose them all. The courtroom was packed. Reporters scribbled in their notebooks. Cameras flashed and activists sat in the back, their eyes fixed on Olivia. Whispers rippled through the room, but Olivia remained still, her heart steady. She had spent weeks preparing for this moment. She would not let them intimidate her. The judge, a middle-aged man with a smirk that never quite left his face, leaned back in his chair. He tapped his gavel once, silencing the murmurs. "Miss Carter, do you even have a plan for this child?" he asked, his tone dripping with condescension. Olivia's hands tightened on the table. Her lawyer, Mr. Benson, shot her a look, but she didn't need reassurance. She met the judge's gaze, her voice unwavering. "Yes, Your Honor, I do. But first, let's address the lies." Gasps rippled through the room. Even the prosecutor shifted in his seat. The judge chuckled, clearly amused. "Are you suggesting this court is lying?" Olivia stood up, her pulse steady. "I'm saying you're lying to everyone." The courtroom fell into absolute silence. The prosecutor adjusted his tie, clearing his throat. "Miss Carter, I'd advise you to choose your words carefully." "I have," Olivia shot back, "because for weeks this case has been built on assumptions, not facts. But that ends today." She reached for the folder in front of her, the same folder she had brought to every meeting where no one had listened. Now they had no choice. She flipped it open and held up a document. "This is proof that I am on medical leave, not unemployed, as this court has claimed." She placed another paper on the table. "This is a record of every prenatal appointment I attended. The claim that I neglected my health? A lie." Then she turned to face the caseworker, who sat stiffly, her face pale. Olivia pulled out one last paper. "And this is an email exchange between my accuser and a senior caseworker. It proves that my case was escalated based on personal bias, not concern for my child." The judge's smirk disappeared. The prosecutor opened his mouth, then closed it. Reporters leaned forward, pens flying across their notepads. Mr. Benson picked up the documents and handed them to the judge. "Your Honor, this evidence directly contradicts every claim made against my client. I move for immediate dismissal of this case." The judge hesitated, glancing between Olivia and the stack of papers in his hand. The weight of the truth had finally settled in. The courtroom held its breath. Olivia had just flipped the case upside down. The courtroom sat in stunned silence. Olivia stood tall, her hands steady as she faced the judge. This was the moment she had been waiting for. The moment where the truth could no longer be ignored. "Your Honor," Olivia's lawyer, Mr. Benson, said, stepping forward, "we have new evidence." The prosecutor crossed his arms, smirking. "More documents? Money isn't everything, Miss Carter. A bank statement doesn't prove fitness as a mother." Olivia didn't waver. "Then let's talk about this," she said, holding up a small recording device. The judge nodded for her to continue. Benson pressed play. A crackle of static, then voices clear and unmistakable. "We need to make sure she doesn't come back," a woman's voice hissed. "If we report her, they'll take the baby. It'll be over for her." Gasps filled the room. Olivia glanced at the caseworker sitting stiffly at the prosecution's table. Her face had gone pale. The judge leaned forward, his smirk gone. "Who authorized this report?" No answer. The recording continued. "We do this right, and we won't have to deal with her again. The courtroom erupted. Reporters scribbled furiously, cameras flashed, and activists in the back shook their heads in disgust. The prosecutor, once confident, now looked panicked. "Your Honor," Benson said firmly, "this is irrefutable proof that this case was built on corruption and personal vendettas, not facts. We move for immediate dismissal." The judge sat back, folding his hands. His face was unreadable, but the damage was done. The truth was out, and the case against Olivia Carter had just collapsed. The courtroom was no longer on the prosecutor's side. The weight of Olivia's evidence had shifted everything, leaving the opposition scrambling. The prosecutor cleared his throat, his confidence faltering. "This doesn't change the fact that—" "That what?" Olivia interrupted, her voice steady and unshaken. "That you tried to take my child based on a lie, that you built a case without facts, that you let corruption dictate who gets to be a mother." A ripple of murmurs spread through the courtroom. The reporters scribbled furiously, their pens flying across their notepads. This case was no longer just about Olivia. It had exposed a broken system. The judge turned his sharp gaze toward the social worker sitting beside the prosecutor. "This is a serious breach of ethics. If this recording is authentic, we're looking at a conspiracy against an innocent mother." The social worker's face turned ghostly pale. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but no words came out. The tension in the room thickened. The prosecutor shifted uncomfortably, his previous smirk wiped away. "Your Honor, Enough." The judge's voice was final. "I have heard enough." Mr. Benson, Olivia's lawyer, stood with calm authority. "Your Honor, given the overwhelming evidence, we formally request that this case be dismissed immediately." The judge sighed, rubbing his temple as he leaned back in his chair. Then he nodded. "Request granted. This case is dismissed, and I strongly suggest an immediate investigation into Child Protective Services." Gasps filled the courtroom. Reporters leaped from their seats, whispering into their microphones, calling their newsrooms. Olivia's case was no longer just her battle. It had become national news. For a moment, Olivia just sat there, absorbing the words. Then finally, she exhaled, the weight of months of fear and uncertainty lifting from her shoulders. She had won. Her child was safe, and for the first time in months, she felt like she could breathe again. The judge's gavel slammed down, echoing through the courtroom. Case dismissed. Olivia's legs almost buckled beneath her. The words she had been fighting to hear for months had finally been spoken. Relief crashed over her like a wave, but she forced herself to stay upright, her hands gripping the table for support. The room erupted into chaos. Reporters surged forward, cameras flashing as microphones were shoved toward her. "Miss Carter, how do you feel?" a journalist called out, his voice barely audible over the murmurs of the crowd. Olivia straightened her spine, lifting her chin. She looked directly into the cameras, refusing to let exhaustion overshadow her victory. "Like I just proved that being black and pregnant is not a crime." A collective gasp rippled through the crowd before it turned into thunderous applause. Activists in the back cheered. People who had doubted her now watched with quiet realization. But the consequences of the trial didn't stop there. By the end of the day, the social worker who had escalated Olivia's case without cause was fired. The prosecutor who had pushed for her conviction was placed under review for misconduct. Child Protective Services, once thought untouchable, was suddenly under scrutiny. And the biggest moment of all? The governor of Georgia, after mounting public pressure, ordered a full investigation into racial bias in child welfare cases. The news spread like wildfire. Headlines screamed, "Mother wins case against corrupt system." "Racial bias in CPS exposed." And Olivia Carter's fight for justice sparks change. Olivia walked out of the courthouse into the blinding sun, feeling the weight of the moment settle on her shoulders. She had done it, not just for herself, but for every mother who had been judged before they were heard. Her lawyer, Mr. Benson, turned to her with a rare smile. "You didn't just win a case, Olivia. You made history," she nodded, tears stinging her eyes. "And it's only the beginning." The battle had been long. The fight had nearly broken her. But for the first time in a long time she felt free. And what happened next? That stunned everyone. Days after her victory in court, Olivia Carter stood behind a podium, staring out at a sea of cameras and flashing lights. The press conference had drawn a crowd larger than she expected. Activists, mothers, and supporters had gathered to hear her speak. She took a deep breath. "I won my case, but how many black mothers don't get justice? How many of them lose their children because the system sees them as guilty before they even get a chance to defend themselves?" The crowd murmured in agreement. The weight of her words settled in the air. Her story had gone viral, shared across news networks and social media. People demanded accountability. The pressure was too great to ignore. Within days, lawmakers proposed new policies aimed at protecting families from false accusations and racial discrimination in child welfare cases. The state announced plans to reevaluate past cases for potential bias. For the first time, change felt possible. But Olivia wasn't done. "What's next for you?" a reporter asked, stepping forward with a microphone. She placed her hand on her belly and smiled. "I'm going to be the best mother I can be, and I'm going to fight for every mother who comes after me." A wave of applause erupted. Olivia's lawyer, Mr. Benson, clapped her on the back. "You just changed the system, Olivia." She exhaled, letting the moment sink in. The months of stress, fear, and exhaustion had led to this, a fight that was bigger than herself. As she stepped away from the podium, the cameras still flashing, she knew her battle was far from over. But for the first time, she wasn't fighting alone. She had won her battle that day, but in the end, she had started a movement. Birmingham, Alabama. Would you help someone who treated you like less than human? A hero can emerge from the most unexpected circumstances. Would you help someone who treated you like less than human? 7-year-old Jamal Parker had always been taught to do the right thing, but life had never been kind to him. He lived in a rundown house with broken windows, leaking pipes, and barely enough food to eat. His mother worked 2 jobs just to keep the lights on, while Jamal often wore the same tattered clothes to school. He had learned early on that the world wasn't fair. At school, he kept his head down, avoiding trouble. He wasn't a troublemaker, but teachers watched him like he was. Store clerks followed him when he walked in, assuming he was a thief. He knew what people thought of him, but he tried not to let it define him. On the other side of town, Officer Sarah Carter had everything: power, authority, and a deep-seated bias against kids like Jamal. "Stay out of trouble, boy," she would say, always assuming the worst of him. She had stopped him countless times for no reason, questioning him about things he had never done. To her, he was just another kid from the wrong side of town, a future criminal in the making. No matter how polite he was, no matter how many times he told her he wasn't doing anything wrong, she never saw him as anything but a problem waiting to happen. But one afternoon, the roles reversed in a way neither of them could have expected. Jamal was walking home from school, his backpack nearly empty, because his family couldn't afford supplies. He passed through a quiet street when he saw something unusual. Officer Carter, standing in the middle of the road, her hands clutching her throat. Her face was red, her breaths coming in sharp gasps. She staggered, her knees buckling. She couldn't breathe. Jamal froze. He could have walked away. He could have ignored the woman who had never given him kindness. But instead he ran toward her. "Ma'am, are you okay?" he asked, fear creeping into his voice. She didn't respond, her wide eyes filled with panic. Jamal remembered the posters in his school about choking emergencies. Without hesitating, he stepped behind her, wrapped his small arms around her waist, and thrust his fists upward in quick motions, just like he had seen in the pictures. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Then, a small piece of food shot from her throat, and she collapsed to her knees, coughing and gasping for air. Jamal stepped back, watching as she slowly regained her breath. A few bystanders had gathered, murmuring in disbelief. Officer Carter looked up at him, her expression unreadable. Jamal's heart pounded. He had done the right thing, but would she see him differently now? She wiped her mouth, her hands still trembling. She had spent years seeing kids like Jamal as nothing but trouble. And yet, the boy she had judged so harshly was the one who had saved her life. Because in that moment, everything changed. If you were in Jamal's position, would you have helped Officer Carter? Jamal froze, remembering all the times Carter had harassed his neighbors. She had stopped them for no reason, accused them of crimes they hadn't committed, and treated them like they were nothing. And now, here she was, vulnerable, helpless, and gasping for air. It would have been easy to walk away, to let her struggle the way she had made so many others struggle. But Jamal's mother had always told him that doing the right thing mattered, no matter who it was for. His conscience screamed at him to help, even if his heart told him otherwise. "Call an ambulance," Carter gasped, but there was no one else around. The street was eerily empty, and the people who might have stopped kept their distance. Jamal noticed her skin turning blue, her eyes wide with fear. She was running out of time. He could hear the shallow, wheezing sounds of her breath, struggling to push through the obstruction in her throat. He didn't have time to think. If he didn't do something now, she could die right in front of him. His mother had taught him basic first aid, just in case. He remembered the lessons she gave him in their tiny kitchen, practicing with a pillow, pretending it was a real person. The memory of her voice echoed in his mind as he took a deep breath and stepped forward. "Hold still," he said, placing his small hands on Carter's chest. His fingers trembled, but he forced himself to stay calm. He had to do this. He had to save her, no matter who she was. Using all his strength, he performed the Heimlich maneuver. 1, 2, 3. Nothing. Carter's body convulsed, her hands clawing at her throat. He gritted his teeth and tried again. 4, 5. Suddenly, Carter gasped, coughing violently as the blockage in her throat cleared. She collapsed to her knees, sucking in deep breaths of air as if she had just surfaced from drowning. Jamal stepped back, watching her carefully. The cop, who had always seen him as a troublemaker, now owed him her life. He had never seen her like this, defenseless, human. The woman who once made him feel like a criminal just for walking down the street was now looking up at him with something he couldn't quite place. Was it gratitude? Shock? Shame? Maybe all three. A few bystanders started clapping, whispering amongst themselves about what they had just witnessed. Some had taken out their phones, recording the moment. Jamal didn't care about any of that. His heart was still racing, his hands shaking from the adrenaline. He wiped them on his jeans and took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. "You good?" he asked, his voice hoarse. Carter nodded slowly, her expression unreadable. Yes." She looked like she wanted to say more, but no words came out. The sirens of an approaching ambulance broke the silence, their wailing sound growing louder as paramedics rushed over, helping Carter to her feet. "What happened?" one of them asked. "He saved me," Carter admitted, glancing at Jamal with something that almost looked like respect. He could hardly believe she had said it out loud, that she had acknowledged what had just happened. But he didn't wait for thanks. He turned, ready to leave. This wasn't about recognition or approval. He had done what he knew was right, and that was enough for him. But before he could go, Carter called out, "Wait!" Jamal hesitated. He had expected her to let him walk away, to pretend this had never happened. Instead, she met his gaze, and for the first time, she didn't look at him like a suspect. "Thank you." The words were simple, but they carried more weight than she probably realized. Jamal gave her a small nod before walking away, blending into the city streets once again. He didn't need her gratitude, but a part of him wondered if this moment had changed something. If maybe, just maybe, she would see the world, and the people in it, a little differently from now on. Carter caught her breath, looking at Jamal as if seeing him for the first time. The weight of the moment pressed down on her, heavier than her uniform, heavier than the badge she had always worn with a sense of righteousness. She had spent years patrolling these streets, believing she knew who belonged and who didn't. Jamal was one of those kids she had always assumed was trouble. But now, that same boy had just saved her life. She rubbed her throat, still feeling the ghost of the obstruction that had nearly killed her. Why did you help me?" she stammered, her voice rough from coughing. Jamal wiped his hands on his jeans and shrugged, because it was the right thing to do. His words were so simple, so matter-of-fact, yet they struck Carter like a slap. The right thing to do. Had she always done the right thing? Had she ever looked at kids like Jamal beyond her assumptions, beyond the statistics she had been taught to believe? She had thought she was protecting her community. But was she? Or had she just been protecting the version of it she wanted to see? The paramedics checked her over, their voices distant in the back of her mind. She barely registered their words. Instead, her focus remained on the boy standing in front of her. She had dismissed him so many times, ignored his existence, unless it was to reprimand him. Yet, when she had been on the brink of death, he had been the only one willing to help. She reached for her radio instinctively, a habit ingrained in her, but then hesitated. What was she going to say? That a kid she had unfairly judged had just saved her life? That she had been wrong about him, about so many others like him? The weight of her own actions hit her like a blow. She had spent years assuming the worst in people like Jamal. Now, she had to face the truth. She finally looked him in the eyes, really looked at him. "I misjudged you," she admitted, her voice quieter than before. Jamal tilted his head slightly, skeptical. "Yeah?" Carter nodded. "Yeah." The two stood there, the sounds of the city swirling around them. But in that moment, it was just them. Carter had spent her career defining people with quick judgments, but those judgments had never been challenged, until now. Jamal gave a small nod, his expression unreadable. "People like me. We just want to be seen for who we are, not what you assume." Carter had no response. For the first time in her life, she had nothing to say. No defense, no argument. Just the realization that she had been blind to a truth that had been in front of her all along. As Jamal turned to leave, Carter felt an unfamiliar urge to stop him, to ask him more, to understand. "Wait," she called. He paused, looking over his shoulder. "What?" She swallowed, the words feeling foreign in her mouth. "Thank you." Jamal nodded once and walked away, blending back into the city streets. Carter stood there, her world shifting beneath her feet. She had always believed she knew right from wrong, but today a 7-year-old boy had taught her what justice truly looked like. Sometimes it takes a life-changing moment to break down prejudice. The question now was, what would she do with it? A bystander had recorded the entire incident. The video of Jamal saving Officer Carter went viral overnight. Social media erupted with debates. News outlets picked up the story, and soon everyone had an opinion. Young black boy saves officer who harassed him. What happens next will shock you. The headlines spread like wildfire, turning Jamal into an unexpected symbol of kindness and forgiveness. People in the community were divided. Some praised Jamal's actions, calling him a hero. "This boy showed more humanity than the system ever has," one commenter wrote. Others questioned whether Carter even deserved saving. Would she have done the same for him? Another asked. The mayor's office released a statement. "This event should make us all reflect on the kind of policing we want in our communities." A local pastor called for unity, urging people to see this as an opportunity for change. Meanwhile, activists pushed for an investigation into Carter's previous conduct, demanding accountability. Carter? She stayed silent. For days, she avoided the media. She avoided her own reflection. She had spent years enforcing rules, believing she was on the right side of justice. But now, for the first time, she was questioning herself. The way she had treated Jamal, the way she had treated so many others, was she really protecting the community, or just reinforcing a broken system? When she finally returned to the station, her fellow officers were waiting. Some clapped her on the back. "You good?" one asked. "Lucky that kid was there." Carter forced a smile, but something inside her had shifted. Yeah, lucky. That night, she rewatched the video. She saw the way Jamal had acted without hesitation, the way he had saved her even after everything she had done to make his life harder. And she saw the way the world was now watching, waiting to see what she would do next. The world was watching. But would Carter change? As the days passed, protests erupted in front of the police station. "Justice for Jamal!" Signs filled the air. People weren't just demanding a thank you from Carter. They were demanding real accountability. News crews followed her every move, waiting for a statement. Her phone buzzed constantly. Some messages were from fellow officers offering support. Others weren't so kind. "Don't let them break you." One text read. But Carter was already breaking, not from the pressure of the media, but from the weight of her own reflection. She drove through Jamal's neighborhood one evening, seeing it through new eyes. The broken streetlights, the lack of parks, the over-policing. She had patrolled these streets for years, but she had never really seen them before. Jamal's mother stood outside their house, arms crossed as Carter approached. "What do you want?" she asked, voice sharp. Carter swallowed hard. I wanted to say thank you. To your son." Jamal's mother studied her. "And," Carter hesitated, "and I want to do better, but I don't know how." For the first time in her life, Officer Sarah Carter wasn't giving orders. She wasn't assuming she had all the answers. She was just a person, standing before the people she had wronged, asking for guidance. Jamal's mother sighed. "Then start by listening." The world was still watching. And for the first time, Carter was ready to listen. A week later, Jamal was walking home past the cracked pavement of his neighborhood. The weight of the past few days still lingered. His name was everywhere, but his life hadn't changed. He still went to sleep hungry, still wore the same shoes with holes in the soles. He had saved a life, but his own still felt like it was stuck in survival mode. A police cruiser pulled up beside him, its flashing lights off. Jamal tensed, instinctively preparing to run, but then he saw who it was. Officer Carter. She stepped out, her uniform looking heavier than before. "Jamal, can we talk?" Jamal crossed his arms, his face blank. "What do you want?" Carter hesitated. For years, she had been the one with the power, the one who spoke, while others had to listen. But now, she was the one searching for the right words. "I was wrong about you. I've been wrong about a lot of things." Jamal scoffed. "Yeah, I know." Carter nodded, accepting his anger. "I can't change what I've done, but I want to do better. And not just words, actions." Jamal raised an eyebrow. "And?" Carter reached into her pocket and pulled out an envelope. "The police department put this together for you. A scholarship. A new home for your family. A fresh start." Jamal's fingers trembled as he took the envelope, staring at the neatly printed letters inside. It didn't feel real. "For real?" Carter nodded. "For real. You saved my life. Now let us help change yours." Jamal's mother appeared in the doorway, her eyes wary. "What's this?" Carter looked at her, her voice softer than it had ever been. A way to start making things right. Jamal's mother took the papers from her son's hands, her eyes scanning the details. Her throat tightened. "And you think this fixes everything?" Carter shook her head. "Number. But it's a start." Jamal looked between his mother and Carter, his mind racing. He had never expected this, not from her, not from anyone. The city had ignored people like him for years, but now, suddenly, the system wanted to help. "You really gonna change?" he asked, his voice quiet but firm. Carter met his gaze. "I have to. You showed me that." The wind blew through the street, carrying the weight of an unspoken truth. This wasn't just about a scholarship or a home. This was about whether people like Carter could ever truly change. Whether the system that had failed them could ever do better. Jamal exhaled slowly. "I don't know what to say." His mother touched his shoulder. "Then don't say anything. Just decide if you want a new start." Jamal clutched the envelope, feeling its weight. He had saved Carter's life, not for a reward, not for recognition, but because it was the right thing to do. And now, maybe, just maybe, this was his chance to finally move forward. Carter stepped back toward her car, pausing before getting in. "For what it's worth, Jamal. Thank you." Jamal watched her drive away, his grip tightening on the envelope. Maybe this was just one step. But for the first time in a long time, it felt like a step in the right direction. Inspired by Jamal's act of courage, the conversation about change spread far beyond their neighborhood. What had started as a moment between two people, one in need, one willing to help, became a catalyst for something greater. The local community, long skeptical of law enforcement, saw an opportunity to push for real reform. Community leaders gathered at City Hall, demanding answers. "If a child can show more humanity than those sworn to protect us, what does that say about our system?" one activist challenged during a town hall meeting. The mayor and police chief, under public pressure, announced new initiatives to rebuild trust, starting with extensive de-escalation training for officers and increased community involvement. Carter, still grappling with the events that had changed her, requested a transfer from patrol duty to community outreach programs. "I can't erase my past mistakes," she admitted in a meeting with the department. "But I can make sure I don't repeat them." At first, people were skeptical. Could someone like Carter really change? Could she truly become part of the solution instead of the problem? But she showed up at town hall meetings, at school functions, even at neighborhood cleanups. She started listening instead of assuming. She learned names instead of just faces. And she heard the stories of people she once dismissed. Jamal, despite all the media attention, kept his focus on what mattered most: his community. He started first aid workshops for kids his age, teaching them the skills that had saved Carter's life. "Helping people shouldn't be rare," he told a reporter. "It should be normal." Word of his efforts spread, and soon, local organizations stepped in to support his mission. A nearby hospital donated supplies for his workshops. A community center offered space for training sessions. Even teachers at his school began incorporating basic emergency response lessons into their curriculum. Meanwhile, Carter faced resistance from within her own ranks. "You're making us look weak," one officer told her. "No," she countered. "I'm making us accountable." Change was slow, and not everyone embraced it. But with each step forward, the line between us and them blurred just a little more. The police department implemented a civilian oversight committee to hold officers accountable. Funding was redirected toward education and outreach instead of just enforcement. And for the first time in years, the community and the department were having conversations, not confrontations. Jamal's story was no longer just about a boy saving a cop. It was about what could happen when people, no matter their differences, chose to do the right thing. One night, after a long day of training kids in CPR, Jamal found Carter waiting for him outside the community center. "You were right," she said. "Helping people should be normal. And I have a lot more to learn." Jamal smirked. "Good, because I'm not done teaching. Because real change starts with action. Do you believe one act of kindness can change an entire system?" Weeks later, Jamal stood in front of his new home, the weight of the past slowly lifting from his shoulders. The walls weren't cracked, the windows weren't broken, and for the first time in his life, he had a bed that was his own. The scholarship had secured his future. He could now dream bigger than just making it through the day. Reporters crowded around him at the ceremony, cameras flashing, microphones thrust forward. "Jamal, what's next for you?" one journalist asked, her voice filled with genuine curiosity. Jamal hesitated for a moment, thinking about everything that had led him to this moment. The streets he had walked, the hunger he had endured, the prejudice he had faced. And yet here he was, standing in a place that once felt impossible. He smiled, his confidence unwavering. "I think I want to be a doctor. People seem to need a lot of saving." A chuckle rippled through the crowd, but it wasn't amusement. It was admiration. People saw the resilience in him, the strength that had carried him through years of struggle. He had saved a life without expecting anything in return, and now the world was ready to give something back to him. As the ceremony wrapped up, Jamal glanced across the crowd and spotted a familiar face: Officer Carter. She wasn't in uniform, just standing quietly, observing. Their eyes met, and for a brief moment neither of them spoke. Then Carter gave him a small nod, a silent acknowledgement of what had passed between them, of the moment that had changed everything. Maybe people could change. Maybe. Jamal turned back to his mother, who held his hand tightly. "You ready?" she asked, her voice filled with pride and relief. He looked at his home, at his future, at the possibilities ahead. "Yeah, I'm ready." The story of a young boy from a forgotten neighborhood had reached the world, inspiring others to believe in second chances. His kindness had broken through walls that prejudice had built. And in the end, it wasn't just Jamal's life that had changed. It was his entire community's. Some battles are won in the courtroom, some in the streets, and some in the quiet moments where one act of kindness alters the course of history. Jamal had won his battle that day, but more importantly, he had rewritten the future. What lessons can we learn from Jamal's story? How can we apply them to our own lives? Would you have done what Jamal did? Comment below, like, and share if you believe in second chances. United States, Los Angeles. When a young boy saves a woman's life, he has no idea that his act of kindness will change his life forever. His bravery leads to an unexpected reward from a millionaire that no one could have foreseen. Malik Carter, an 11-year-old boy, has lived a life full of struggle, surviving in a tough part of Los Angeles. Growing up in an environment where opportunities are scarce, Malik has learned to be resourceful. He navigates the streets with caution, always looking for ways to help his mother make ends meet. Despite their hardships, Malik remains determined, holding on to the hope that one day their situation will improve. His mother, working multiple jobs, does everything she can to provide for him, but life in their neighborhood is far from easy. Malik understands the challenges, and though he is still a child, he carries responsibilities far beyond his years. He spends his days running errands and doing odd jobs to help his struggling single mother, whether it's carrying